Hey everybody, how are you doing today? I am Cinnamon Cooney, your Art Sherpa, and today I'm going to be showing you how you can create at home yourself, step by step, this gorgeous winter cabin, mountain, lake, tree fire scene. I just decided to do a country song with a painting, and I put all the great winter things in a painting. And now we got a country song painting. I'm super excited about it. And maybe showing you how you can create yourself at home. I'm going to show you every tool, every color mix, everything I'm doing, everything I'm using. To help me do that is my husband, John.
Hello.
So John helps me with these classes by making sure the camera's pointing at what I'm talking about, that things are visible, that the cameras are adjusted for the colors that I'm painting with, all those kinds of things. He also reads your questions and comments to me and sort of make sure all the technology is going. And sometimes he sort of herds me back onto the path if I wander away like us artists are prone to do. He'd be like, no, you've got to explain that. So for sure, every part of this lesson does get explained. I know many of you are excited about it. I want to assure you, you can do it. Rule 1. Your job is not to paint an exact replica of my painting. That's not what artists do. We're not Xerox machines. We've got those and they're super good at it. And they're getting better at it every day. So no worry about competing with them. What you want to do is figure out your process of painting and your brushstroke and your style and your process. So it doesn't need to look exactly like mine. Your goal is to complete all the steps, learn the techniques, understand as much of the concept as you can, and finish the project. That is a win, my friend. It is a win in mental health. It is a win in art growth, and it is a win artistically. And we are only doing this for ourselves, not for other people to validate us, because hopefully by this point of our lives, we realize that is slim currency. Isn't it? The slim currency comes and goes as quickly as the wind. So that self-approval, the one you give yourself, that's the one that matters. All right, John, how are you feeling today? I'm super excited to be bringing this lesson to them. Should we go over the materials?
We can
With
totally
my perky,
do that.
scrunchy ponytail thing I got going on.
That
All right,
might
materials.
be
Materials is going to be
yours.
fun day today. 11 by 14. There is a traceable on the website. You can find that in the description. In the description are the colors, my general brush information in case you haven't painted with me before, links to our website, links to the traceable. That traceable is free. You don't have to be a patron for that. That's a free traceable. You just download that and use that. I am going to show you how to lay it out though, step by step too, the drawing part and the painting part. So if you're wanting to learn that, you don't need to use the traceable, but it's there for you. It's free, and it is not, my friends, cheating, because if it was, we have to go up and slap Michelangelo in the face and just call him a straight up cheat. Just a faker.
I tell you what.
Faker.
As soon as that Ninja Turtle put down his pizza, he might have something to say to you.
Vermeer? None of that nonsense. No Vermeer. We got to throw him right out of the museum. So if we'd like to keep some of our famous artists, I think we're going to have to soften our position on traceables and cartoons, right? Because that's just art history. That's always my favorite thing. Like when an artist comes up and says that to me, I'm like, ooh, art school's going to blow your mind. All right. So 11 by 14. Cad red, cad yellow, yellow ochre, burnt sienna. I was going to put out phthalo green, and then I was like, no, I don't need any phthalo green. That's why you see a green smidge there, but don't put it on any green paint. I don't think I'm going to need it. Mars black. This is zinc white. Zinc white is less opaque and less tinting than titanium white, and it is a whole different pigment. I do like to use it in landscapes. It is optional though. If you don't have it, you can just thin your paint with a glazing medium or water and allow for more drying time. So just know there's always a way. Speaking of titanium white, this cool thing is satin glazing liquid. You could also get it in gloss. It's by the company Golden. It's generally like $10 to $13 a bottle. And so what I'll let you know is that lasts a good 6 months, even if you're actively painting like me. Like I generally go through about a bottle every 6 months, and I paint a couple hundred paintings a year, maybe 300, maybe 500. I think it might be closer to 500 because a lot of stuff I paint doesn't work out. This just lasts for me. So it's a good investment. Only this company makes this product. It slows down the drying time of your paint. Yay! Because acrylic dries so fast. And it allows you to glaze. Yay! But it does it in one product. Normally you have to buy two, and they're both temperamental as So I don't like bringing those to a beginner, because you know what you guys don't need?
What's
Extra aggravation.
That's
You're
true.
already as aggravated as you need to be.
That is true.
Right. Let's throw up step 1.
You ready for your first step?
I am. Now, I think I am going to start out with a ground on this. And that is really because in acrylic paint, I don't really love it when the canvas shows through. Also, acrylic sticks to acrylic really well. And sometimes just painting the whole canvas a color. And today, I think I will do some phthalo blue. Now, I'm going to put out my paint in a weird way. You don't do this. This is me just being silly. You can just brush paint all over your canvas. Doesn't need to be neat. Doesn't need to be pretty. We're just going to cover the entire canvas with phthalo blue.
Is that your symbol for chaos today?
No, it's a snowflake.
Oh.
And I think it's very clearly chaos. I'm chaos? Maybe. All right. So is a snowflake. And I'm basically going to mist that with water and just paint it out over the whole surface. With a brush. I could use black here. I could use ultramarine blue. I could probably get away with Doc's purple. That would be harder. I could use a gray.
Dominica asks, is transparent white the same as zinc white?
Yes. Mixing white too will perform the same. I think some of the companies might. I haven't looked at every single tube of paint, but for the most part, the pigment code is, if you ever want to check if your thing is really the thing, you want to look for the pigment code, which is, no, I used to have this all memorized. Crimped? Did I crimp it? Okay. 14 series 1. Where's that pigment? Pig W4.
Oh, there it is.
PW4. Just tiny. My eyes couldn't see it. PW4. So somewhere on your tube of paint, there'll be a pigment code. This one's here, PR108. Cad Red is always PR108. So if a company decided to name it Fire Red, but they use PR108, chances are it's real cadmium paint. You'll also notice it by the price tag, though, because they don't really cheap out on the cadmium. It's really hard for them to make and a little dangerous, so they charge us for it, which is okay. I'm so glad to not have to make my own paint now, except when I feel like making paint. Now it's an activity or a hobby, not a necessity to get a painting done, which it used to be a necessity to get your painting done. You had to make your canvas, make your paint, make your stretchers, make your brushes, make all your stuff, or figure out a way to trade for it. And as you know, artists sometimes forget to take the business portion of our classes because math. And so we don't always run our businesses as well as we could. I grew up in a house that ran an art business as well as you could because my mom was like, oh no, we are not going to be the starving artists. You need to justify what you're doing with income. So I never had that luxury, but I certainly went to art school and I know a lot of artists really struggle with the business end of it. I am working this into the canvas. That's all I'm doing. I just want a solid blue base. And I honestly could probably start these videos with the base solidly blue, but I think you guys, even seeing me do this, it just answers a question for you, which is, how do I paint it blue? How good does it need to look? It can't be streaky. All those little questions sometimes get answered by the act of me painting this with you live, and we get to know each other a little bit. So those of you who are like, oh no, it's one of those whimsical women. I am not a fan of whimsical talking women. I was hoping for some piano. Sorry, no. But on shorts sometimes, so you never know. Let's draw our painting.
Yeah, so yeah, you got the pigment code there and got all that information right there on the tube. And so Cinnamon was just letting me know we got it in there. So thank you guys for joining us. Don't worry if you we're trying to corral our little ads to show on the drawing breaks, and so hopefully we won't get as many ads during the regular part, but we're gonna do some experiments. Hope that all works out. Yeah, be sure as they're saying here in chat, use low heat when you're doing this if you can. Heat doesn't help the speed the drying process. It's just getting the water to come out. Heat can actually adversely affect the paint, so it's better just not to use any heat at all. You still get your wet spot up in the top right-hand corner there. You can see the. Oh
yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So you can see by the color sheen, the color shift, so that as that, don't worry, nobody knows what happened. Offset, something fell over. So we're just we're gonna let that fully dry. So I can sometimes see the color sheen shift a little more than she can, just because of my particular perspective.
It's absolutely true.
But there you go. We have fully dried that surface.
I'm going to say something to you that in 10 years on YouTube, I don't think I've thought of to say before to beginner painters, and this will become part of my beginner course in the future, because it just occurred to me. There are many things after painting for decades and decades and decades of my entire life that I do invisibly almost to myself. And that's what experience is. That's what they mean 10,000 hours. That's what they're really talking about. It's just that I have a lot of knowledge that's visible, but there's also invisible knowledge. This thing where I do the ground, besides keeping the white from being white, it also shows me how slow my paint is drying. So a lot of times when I'm doing a ground, I will pay attention to how long it takes to hair dry. If it goes real fast, I know I'm going to use a lot of glazing medium, but if it goes real slow, I know the moisture in the air is going to increase the blendability. It just helps me know how to expect my paint drying out. Didn't know if you knew that, and I thought I'd share that with you.
Wow, so we're ready for your next step then?
Yeah.
We had some cinnamon laid some knowledge on us.
It's a thing I might do, you know,
as a teacher, you might do that?
I might do it. I might do it. Hi, Karen and Bonnie and Crocus Connections, who loves the fancy hairdryer, Target. They ran with a bunch of them, and then, I don't know, it was a weird thing. I ended up with it. It's a gift I gave that got given back to me, I think. Long story. Elizabeth says, hello, everyone. Looking forward to this lovely painting. I so enjoy learning and painting with you. I enjoy learning and painting with you, too. Let's think about the center of our canvas, right? So when we're doing canvases and we're trying to, like, think about things, where is the dead center of our canvas? We want to find that. I'm going to make a little mark. Right? Now, to help us, I'm going to grid out a 4 square grid. And what that means is I'm going to divide the canvas into 4 parts. I'm going to use my paint here. You don't use your paint. If you're going to do this grid part with me, you, my friend, are going to use chalk, because that will go way easier. White chalk. But I'm going to use paint so you can see it. All right. So this is an 11, which means 5.5 is my other halfway point, which I already marked, because I'm so, look at where I eyeballed it and where the ruler put it.
That's pretty on.
I'm not good at math or spatial relationships. This is learned skill.
You just painted a bunch.
I have painted a bunch, and so that's where I'm at now. But that, I did not come into this with an easy, I have a hard time with spatial relationships. It's part of my neurospatial mental challenges, and math, numbers, the way letters and numbers line up sometimes it gets jumbled in my brain. So these types of strategies really help me not get too lost on my canvas, because I can get very lost and scale things very disproportionately. And so these are strategies that I have learned to use to help me not have that problem. I'm going to come right up about like here, and I'm going to put a little mark. And I'm going to say that is maybe the center. I'm going to make it a little off center here. That's where my mountains are going to be, kind of thinking about perhaps themselves. I'm going to, there we go. And then, so if this is here, I'm going to come, maybe even like right down here to about this far above that. Once I have that little mountain line, I'm going to go peak. And I try to wander up and down. If you'll notice, I'm trying to make an uneven series of lines. These peaks go into, they're like Alaskan peaks. You know that weird peak you get in Switzerland and Alaska where it's just like it goes up into the sky and you feel like you're looking at Olympus?
In theory, yeah. I've never seen him myself.
Yeah, you have.
Not in Switzerland. I didn't go to Switzerland.
And I'm thinking the wrong country even. So how American of me? Sweden?
Sweden. It's another S country.
Switzerland has the mountains.
It does.
Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I own it. It isn't even really being American. It's my geography. It's bad at that too. Boring classes. All right, so I'm going to come up here and leave a little mountain again. No, I thought maybe we'll actually stagger this. Sometimes it's nice to stagger it. And sometimes when I come in and I paint the sky, I will also do that. Come up here. So it's just about trying to remember not to have... I'll dry it down. Well, let me dry it on a thing. What I'm trying to get you to avoid, guys, is that a lot of beginners, when they're doing mountains, they have a basic understanding of the shape and they know some of it is shaded. And so they will start to do this kind of work on mountains. And what we're trying to do is see mountains more naturalistically. So that's why we're thinking about things like spacing and making sure our little crevices aren't just repeats of each other and why we care. All right. Now, this is the halfway point. I'm going to come down about a 1/2 inch and over again. I'm going to make a little white mark.
Same step here, yeah?
Yeah. We're still sketching out.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to use the traceable. I'm going to come down to about the midway point here. And I'm going to make a little lake edge. Now I'm using, this is a 3/8 inch ankle brush, and I'm just using the toe to sketch. I know I've got a lot of rocks and things, so I'm going to come here and think about this rock so I can join my lake in. Now, from this rock over here, the lake kind of does wander. It's a frozen lake, so we're going to have to do a reflection in ice today, which is just the best. Don't groan on that. That's just the best. Look at our nice little lake. Nice little lake. Now, this is nice. I'm going to do my little cabin here. So I'm going to make a little triangle here at this little portion of the lake and down from my center line. And what I'm doing is just kind of figuring it out and scaling it a little bit. See, because this scale lets us know the scale of a lot of other things, like how big this house is, says how big the trees are, says how big the mountains are. So it's important to kind of capture that. It also says how far away something is. So how far does this person have to walk around this lake to get to this fire is decided by... I'm going to come here. And all I'm going to do to talk about the fire is that little ellipse. I don't really need a lot of information. You can you can do the whole thing if you want, but it isn't that necessary. And I'm going to come here. And this vertical line is me thinking about the tree. So whether you're using a traceable or you're sketching in, right? Oftentimes what you're doing is just figuring out the size and positioning of the objects into each relationship to each other, because all these decisions that are made, right, when we're working, when we're doing studies and we're trying to figure out what's going on, those are little silent decisions about how to keep the viewer inside the sketch. Now, this is really all I need to finish the painting. You can do every line. I try to give you as many lines as you could possibly need to do the painting, but I don't really need too much more than this to get everything in. I just sort of need to know where my mountain ridge is, to my lake, to my cabin, to the scale of the tree, which actually I think I have to raise up even a little bit more looking. Like if I were to sit there and say, I think the scale of that tree probably goes up to there, if you count the star in the top of the tree.
The tree scale?
Yeah. So that's how we're figuring out how big everything is. Once we have our lines in, we can go on to the next step. Now I'm going to use a oval mop. This particular one is a 3/4 inch. You could use a 1 inch. And I just want you to know that this oval mop this morning was a stick because my eldest had used it to paint and had forgotten it and left the paint on it for days. But, which is, I do, by the way, all the time myself. So what was really cool is now it's workable again because I soaked it in alcohol overnight. I'm going to go ahead and get a little titanium white onto this, and let's use a little bit of our ultramarine. I might smidge a little phthalo blue in there. And I'm going to go ahead and paint this sky down a little bit over my mountains. The reason I like to do that is that when I'm layering objects in the space, going back over into my traceable lines, and if you're doing a traceable, sometimes it's good to go over your chalk lines, your major anchor ones, with a little paint so you can see it later. I find it can be very helpful. A little more ultramarine blue, a little more blending medium. Now I'm going to be a little more aggressive here, but what I do have is a nice like darker to lighter kind of ombre afoot. And then if I take a little of my Doc's purple and my phthalo blue together and my ultramarine blue, I can get a pretty dark color for this upper sky, pretty close to indigo or Prussian. And I may need to darken it even more and gray it even more. All right, I'm going to add a little black to it. There we go. A little more accurate. So that was Doc's purple, both blues, and a little bit of black in there. And I hadn't rinsed my brush, so that by proxy will give a little bit of white. And what this will start to do is give me the kind of lighting keyhole that I need to get. See how we're doing? A lot of times when people are painting with acrylics, they get really frustrated because it feels like oil's drying time is friendlier to beginners. And that is somewhat true, but that's just because, you know, you don't always know what tools you have. I just rinsed out my brush. I'm going to go ahead and get a little more glazy medium and white into it. Work it into the color from before. And start to keyhole that out a little bit. I just wipe this with a towel. I have a towel in my lap, and I'm always wiping my brush. That is to control the water, control the paint load, make little adjustments. I think I've got to let this dry thoroughly to get the best effect.
Yeah.
So I'm going to rinse this out, rinse my brush out. I dried it off with a towel. I'm going to dry this thoroughly, and we're going to come back and do a little more.
Okay. So just thoroughly dry, because sometimes you have to do that in order to get the layered effects with acrylic. It just requires drying. So don't be afraid if you need to hit pause and just wait. Just dry it thoroughly. Make sure it's all the way there, and you come on back. It will still be here waiting for you. Don't forget to check out our website. We have so many cool things out there. Calendar resources where you can find more paintings to do, project pages that explain what you need to do those. Our store is out there. There's all sorts of cool things on our website.
So many cool things on our website.
And you know what's next?
This step.
What is it?
It is more sky. Number 12, Princeton Select Round Blender, which we also do have on the website. But these are at Joann's, these are at Michael's, these are nationally distributed. Find them at Jackson's or King's Framing and Art, different art stores around. I'm going to go ahead and load up my brush. I'm going to get a little of my white into it. Come over into my blue. I like to add a little ultramarine blue in there. It's trying to get a lighter color, but leave room for your white. Come into the mountains. And I'm doing kind of a little curved stroke. It's a nudging. And you can kind of see the effect of it is to diffuse the line. Gotta love a nudge. Get a little bit of blue in there. And it's okay that I go over my mountains a little bit. Just nudge this along. Nudgy, nudgy, nudge. Everybody loves a nudge. So we're starting to keyhole.
Mm-hmm.
Get a little bit of that sky color in there, which was ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, Doc's purple, and a little of the Mars black to get it almost to a Prussian blue. You could also just use a Prussian blue if you wanted to on this painting. We just haven't used it in a long time. So what I'm trying to do here is create a nice sort of diffusion from the white, you know, into that blue. Now I'm going to come here, rinse my brush out. I'm going to get a little bit of my base sky color, which is my ultramarine blue, my phthalo blue, my Doc's purple, and interestingly enough, a little Mars black. Kind of work that little edge there, and it's okay to kind of come down and blend into everything. And you can see it's a very dark contrast. Before I even start to put in my clouds, I have to think about how to get that dark to light transition. Now, when you're, you know, doing art and you're painting with me, painting with anybody, and you're new and you're trying to decide how long to give yourself to be good, I want you to know that that is a red flag in your process.
How long do I have until I am good?
Yes. Yeah. And I get asked that a lot. How long before I'm good? First of all, you have a really arbitrary idea in your head. It may not feel arbitrary, but it is, of what is good. For some of you guys, good means hyper realistic. And for some of you guys, good means beautiful use of color and design, and that an item feels current and forward and progressive, and not just a retro revisitation of everything that's been done before. To some of you, that's what's good.
Mm-hmm.
To some of you, what's good are things that are charming and delightful and whimsical and lighthearted and creative, and you're trying to get more free spirited so you can be those things. So my good and your good may not have anything to do with each other. I'm gonna get a little more black over here into this blue black. Is it such a dark value over here, and it goes dark, dark, dark to at least here, and that's just so the tree will show. So it's so important for you guys to really start to pay attention to these arbitrary things that you put in front of yourself. You probably do this for all kinds of things in your life, but I notice it from the perspective of students, right, and their art, and how little, like, that they're so hard on themselves. Like, if I'm not good for this arbitrary idea I have of good by blank blank 2024, then I'm going to just give up on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, wow. Like, art is just one of those things. Like, most of the people you see who are good now started when we were kids, and we just liked it enough to not stop.
Right.
Because everybody, I realized this later, I used to think, well, I must have gotten more encouragement. But it occurs to me, everybody gets that discouragement too. We all do. Just some of us have just enough support to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I did. Because I had another one of those people in my life. I'm just lightly dry brushing this down. I might come in and go a little more gray, but...
A little more?
Yeah. We're going to just come down our mountaintops. So nice. Just bring a little bit of that right through here. Now I'm pressing and I'm just releasing more of this dark colored paint into my light. Now it doesn't mean that that's what I'm doing. It just means that I'm starting to put in these thoughts. That hue over here and that hue over there. I miss cinnamon dancing when we're Sherpa. Are we Sherpa?
We have been Sherpa.
We have been Sherpa?
Yeah.
You don't know what that means. We started that when
we are Sherpa.
It's just Sparta had come out. And we were like, you know, dining and all the places that you dine. And well, all right, let's do it.
And we break everything in the room. Yay!
We are Sherpa. Oh, I think we should do it again. John just has to let me know. He's just lately the tech has been really challenging.
Everything. You know what?
Everything has been challenging.
Everything has been really challenging for about a year now, maybe 2 years now.
Yeah.
And it is just now starting to get a little less intense.
I'm adding a little more blue to this and to my white. I want to make sure that I still have room for my
slight less
center.
Intensity. A slightly less intensity.
You say.
I think.
I think. I think I sit in my life well because I get to paint. This is just me making sure. See how that beautiful glow exists? We're just getting that beautiful glow. Does this brush help? Yes. Could I do this with another brush? Yes. But of all the brushes I have, I'll choose this one for this technique. And you might think, oh, it's because you want to sell me a brush. But I was doing this before I even had a brush to sell you.
Yeah.
Is what I would say. It's, yeah, I do now sell the brush, but I was doing this before I had a brush to sell you. You can use a different brush. If all I had was this brush, this one brush right here, I could do this. I just would work harder for the same result. That's all. Not a big deal. Roxanne 4002. Roxanne 4002. You don't have to wear your cat red tonight. Sorry, I'm sure it's Lifetime. I have a name Cinnamon, so I get it. I grew up with Cinnamon Toast Crunch for breakfast. You know what I'm saying. I'm so glad you're having fun, and I appreciate that you're enjoying these. Means the world. Let's do dancing. Oh.
Got to do a little dance.
I'm not Stephen Colbert, but I got a little jig. Late night hosts are so talented. What are they doing? All right, let's continue on.
Bree says we need a dancing Sherpa doll.
We do. All right, back to our main mix again, which is the Ultramarine blue, Phthalo blue, Docks purple, and a little bit of Mars black. That was a lot of work to get to Prussian, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's why we call them convenience colors.
Because they're convenient.
Right. So if I were to have a tube of Prussian blue, which I'm sure I do in the studio somewhere, and we were to pull it out right now, it would be very convenient. Thus, it's a convenience color.
It would be very convenient.
So what I'm doing here is I'm just building up the value, and there's a strong blue to everything, so I'm just trying to keep that strong blue as I go. Now I've got to kind of blend things in relationship to each other in regards to how big the cabinet is to the rocks, to the tree, to the tree. So the grid's going to start to disappear now.
All right.
You can tell from my nonchalant mixing that there's not a, I will tell you if you have to bias a color like, oh, be a little more purple, or, oh, be a little more black. If there's a real strong reason that you have to have more of one color than another in a mix, I will tell you. This one just kind of gets there. Sometimes you might be more black or more blue, but what you'll find is in the layering and everything that we're doing, this one just kind of gets there.
Mm.
And I'm just improving the depth of everything. See how that's starting to get deep enough?
Does improve the depth.
Get deep, man. Say deep, deep things.
Deep, deep.
Deep, deep things. Deep, deep things. I'm going to bring this dark down here a little more, and I'm going to probably leave some of my tree line here. The reason is just because I scaled it really well, and I don't want to lose my scaling. That can be pretty, how that value is there, we can kind of start to see our reference in this particular piece. Now I'm going to go ahead and get a little white. I'm using my grade color. I'm going to get a little white. Let's give it a new step. Now I'm going to go ahead and just nudge out little bits of clouds. This motion is a weird motion. So in this, with this brush, the brush strokes that I'm doing are in a curve. Notice that there's a curve to it, even if I go small. So it looks like I'm making circles, but I'm actually, for the most part, making C's that go D's and C's. They're like a parenthesis bracket in shape. Thank you, Mary Chinol. I appreciate that so much. So if you can see this, like they've got that curve there. And then if I'm like trying to make a cloud shape, you can see I work it up, I kind of go down. And then if I'm tapering. And if you can see on the white, see how this leaves a lot of the under canvas showing? Right? So a lot of what I have underneath is there. This is why my painting things work, is that I'm building up, building up, building up. So that when you do these little highlights or these little moments, the color underneath finishes the cloud for you. We're always sort of painting some of it and then finding the rest of it. And I'll just keep coming through here, up, coming from the dark, kind of like little highlights. So these are the highlights under the clouds that are getting caught, little moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight, Normank 7. Thank you so much, Normank 7. I know I sing a lot of things. It's really weird. I saw iridescent medium and never heard of it before. When would you use that? Would it work on this lake? Tina, it would not work great on this lake. So iridescent medium is a polarized metal pigment flake, and it's got a little color shift in it and a little shine. It works best. It would actually work best over the darker colors. On light colors, it is almost invisible like fluorescent paint. And then so when you shift, you can see it. But then, oh, thank you. Thank you. I saw Mary Chanel.
Okay.
And
I just want to make sure you saw it.
Yeah. Just there's the moment I thought. Let me get back to where I was. Iridescent. So, if you want to really see the metallic flake of it, right? Like you might put it over black, but like say you want to put a little bit over a pearl that you painted, you would do just a hint of it because again, it can take out the work that you do. So it's an interesting thing. We could do a whole like iridescent lesson. They're interesting paints.
People would be interested in that.
I would be interested in teaching that. That would be a fun thing to teach because they are a fascinating product, and I've got some. I like the color shift ones. I have them in watercolor. I have them in acrylic. So I've got them. Now imagine that we're under a dome.
Imagine you're
under a dome, like the Stephen King dome. All right, so the dome. So we're under a dome. We are, though, in a sense. And I'm not a flat earther. Don't be like, oh, I'm our teacher. All my horizons are based on a round ball. But that said, art teaches us that we do exist on a ball because there's a curve to the sky. There's a perspective to the sky that includes this sort of subtle differential. To us, it feels like a flat horizon. Like that's because we're like, I'm sure to ants, lots of things feel flat in the distance. We're little compared to the thing we're on. So I still have to think about these things though when I'm painting a sky, right? Because like that's going over me, this little atmosphere, and there's perspective, this being the distance that I can see.
Hmm.
So I'm really seeing the underside of these clouds that are getting caught in the light. That's what we're doing. I have another way to explain it.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
What is the other way of explaining it? Using that awesome.
I'm making up a mountain. I'm going to use black paint. Black, because that is not showing enough. Blue is not showing enough. All right. So we've got some mountain. Let's say our distant moon is right here, right? So this is our light. This is where that light affects. See? All right. So if I have clouds coming here and way off here in the distance is like some sort of horizon.
Yeah.
This keyholing then, if you think of it like this, when you let the kids into the art supplies.
Is that what you think's happening?
Oh, I'm sure. So what this is, what we're seeing, interestingly enough, is the undersides of these clouds, right? And these clouds are closest to us, and these clouds probably furthest away, right here.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they're getting smaller, as they diminish, they get kind of worked out in color, and you are painting this light that you can see. That's why there's light here in the mountains and light on all the underside of the clouds. That might, for one of you, be an explanation that helps you see it better, because that's what we're trying to do all the time, is see it better.
Yeah.
That's all. Just see it better. April Dickinson would love a link to the website. And then everyone can help April find it, because that is one of the things about our website, is that we have so much content that we almost need a person who specializes in keeping catalogs together.
Almost?
A librarian.
I think we definitely do.
Yeah, yeah.
But you know, I have some.
I mean, if you're a retired librarian and you'd like to help us somehow organize our catalog and be an archivist for us, you're welcome to come volunteer. I will not stop you.
We need data archivists.
That's what we need, is an archivist. Yeah, it's very hard to manage all the videos. I'm adding depth. Sometimes the shadow is as important as the light. Too much purple. I'm going to put a little more blue and black in there. So even if it gets away from me, you can see that I come back and find it. A little more white, a little more white, a little more white. We're starting to put in some of these little shelves of value.
They're definitely interesting little shelves.
Well, and that's what we're thinking. We're thinking of these little bits of clouds that are catching light.
Definitely, they think that you have a good explanation of clouds there.
Oh, I'm so glad. And I'm going to keep doing it. I'm never ever going to give up on it. I'm going to keep explaining it.
Oh, wrong button.
If you guys, see an explanation out there that you think I should see that'll help me be a better teacher, I'm not actually offended when y'all send it to me. The psychological work for campaigns for particular YouTubers is weird, but I guess I should expect my community to be creative.
Mm-hmm.
Business building strategies. There you go. See how we're just pulling these clouds in? We're being even fancier this time.
It is fancy.
Fancy, fancy, fancy. And add little shelves. Come in with a darker, but it could be
Could be
lighter if you wanted it to be.
Oh, could be lighter.
I love when you remind me that I stopped talking.
You
really
just
helps.
pause in the middle of a thought.
I do, man, a lot. It makes my son crazy. Putting that there, just adding a little highlight. I like to find the skies. Just adding a little more blue in here because I know that will help me see my moon a little bit better. All right, I'm happy with that. I think for right now, and then I'm going to add a moon. I'll take a number 6 round sepia from the Essentials collection. I'm going to get some just white. Well, now we can see it, but we've got to add a little pink. So let's grab a little of our Cad Red and our white. And I'll come and imagine that just a little bit pink appeared on the clouds. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit of, ooh. You can take a little bit of white and so like you can do a lot of big work with one brush and then you come in with like maybe another and say, oh no no. Oh no no no. You can just push things along. And I think what happens is that sometimes we just get so panicked in the right or wrong of life.
Yeah.
Of this painting, of our choices.
You'd say this is 3 hoot, yeah?
Oh, this is so a 3 hoot. And let me explain this thing about 3 hoots, right? Because we've got lots and lots of 1 hoot paintings, and we got playlists for it and stuff like that. And you can find 1 hoot paintings in every program, like even in Winter Wonder, all that. There's always tons of 1 hoot and 2 hoot. The 3 hoot paintings are a super necessary part of the beginner process because taking it from simplistic little painting party paintings and getting to where you can landscape paint or paint from photos, that's a journey, and it's all part of a beginner's journey, you know. And I think that, you know, you just got to give yourself time to learn the skills. And I've got to bring these like slightly bridged because this is what launches you into original work. 3 hoots is what launches you into original work because those are the ones that give you enough skills to face a photo or a scene out in the wild for you to go, dry brush, I know these color mixes, I'll use this technique for the tree, these are the brushes that I have. Like, you can just itemize through your stuff and be like, this is what I got, This is my scene. This is how I'm going to accomplish it. That's what we're trying to get you to. And I like the little dusting of the pink on the clouds. That's lovely. Okay. I'm going to get a little bit of my white in my glazing medium to improve the flow off of my brush. And this isn't totally pure white, but it's pretty light. And I'm going to come from here under this. And I'm going to catch the ridges with my brush of the top of the mountain.
Those are ridges.
That line's going to get finer as it comes down. Notice that I keep those lines just really irregular, right? Mountaintops are jaggedy.
They're mountainy.
They're mountainy. There's a reason why that's a word that describes something.
You know, there's new mountains and old mountains. Old mountains get smoothed over, and new mountains are very pointy and sharp. That's just because weather has a chance to work on them.
Just because weather has a chance to work on them. All right, so we're going to come here, and I'm going to grab a little bit of my black and a little bit of my blue. And make a darker gray. And I'm going to wiggle my brush back and forth. And this is kind of a dry brush. Dry brushing is another way of kind of blending in paint. Come back with just a little blue and black. And even kind of blend out that line there. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
I think I'm going to move to a bigger brush. I think I'm going to use a number 8 Textura D brush. You could keep using the same round brush you've been using. You can size up. What does sizing up do? Sizing up allows us to, I'm going to grab mostly just Phthalo Blue. You can see, but it does a lot of work for me real fast.
It does.
And that's why I like it. And I'm going to scrub that out. And you can see that that is not really that visible on my canvas, right?
Yeah.
That is the nature of my paint.
It's the nature of your paint?
Yeah, it's super opaque and performance-based.
My paint is performance-based.
Dude, you say that until you get into some paint that's not, and you're like, oh man, y'all can make some sucky paint.
It's true.
Super true. So I can use this brush to work kind of the edges here.
This is Sennelier. So
this is Sennelier, and yeah.
So it's the...
I use Sennelier and Golden because I don't like to be messed with.
Yeah.
I really hate not having my stuff perform correctly, and I hate having to send paint back. And to put in claims and stuff, it just irks me to no end. This is a very dark color, guys. It's a dark, 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 dark gray. But you need enough of a lightness here where what you're going to be doing is you have to have it dark and light enough to put, it has to be dark enough to show from the sky and still light enough to leave room for the trees to show. It's a weird deal. I'm going to go ahead and get a little black and blue again.
Those are very shadowy colors.
I'll layer it up. Yeah, you know what though? It is shadowy work. It's not shadow work. Don't get into a shadow work journal. And no, I don't do teal swan.
All right, I'm gonna adjust a little bit for some of the glary-ishness of that paint.
Yeah, as it dries though, it'll be less
It
glarish.
does, but I can kind of suppress it a little bit.
So that's what we're doing, is we're just making sure. Now this mountain here, right? If I make this mountain back here just a little bit lighter.
There we go. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get a cup of coffee while you're doing that.
Can you heat mine?
Okay.
And pour. I have coffee in my carafe. I am lightening this back mountain, guys. And I'm lightening it. And notice that now this brush is doing a thing for me. It blends. It gives me crisp lines and blended lines in the same brush. The question? Oh, can you overblend make a painting flat? Barbara Robertson. Yes. Yes, it can. And that's really about what makes a painting readable, vibrant, and crisp. So what makes things readable, vibrant, and crisp are contrast, the clarity of line and value, and the clarity and vibrancy of color. So in landscape painting, things that are far away from us are actually desaturated, undefined. Their lines are a little more diffused. So we don't have crisp lines. They're not vibrant. The hues are closer together. Like the background mountain is closer to the color of the sky. That's when we're using those things to our advantage. But say we did that from back here to up front here, everything was done in that same sort of overblended, desaturated thing. It would make everything feel out of focus and dull and not vibrant. And so we'd have to do some things about using, and we're going to do that in this painting, about how these lines are kind of diffused and mushed. And then as we come forward, they're going to become crisper and more vibrant, pulling them towards us, making everything in the painting more readable. Tina, do you do constructive criticism if we send a picture of our art? I do art coaching. I don't do constructive criticism. I do art coaching. And this is really important as you're looking for help, Tina. So, and I will let you know who does this. My mom, Ginger Cook, does this. I do this. I know Ochre does a brilliant job. I have seen Angela's done, so some Angela does a good job on it too, but I have not heard her feedback. So art coaching is this. You come to me with a painting and you say, I'm trying to do such and such. It's not working to me. What could I do? And then I look at that painting based on your goal, right? And help you achieve that goal with actionable advice that you can do. And a lot of times it could be something as simple as, add a shadow to these objects. They're floating free in the space. And if you just weighted them, the whole piece would feel so much more anchored to you. Normake7 says, this is going to be beautiful. I'm always looking at the moon. I love the moon. So yes, I do, but that's with my patronage. In fact, I believe all of those artists, it's through the patronage. And you can go to Patreon. You can sign up. And I don't mind if you do 1 month just to get the coaching. And you can do up to a painting a month and basically send it in to me. I look at it, I read your question, and it might be, how can I make this better? And then I will make a recording for you that's private for you. My mom actually created this process. And then I send that back to you in a private email. And then you can send it back to me. And we go through the painting until you get it there. So, yeah, it's a Norman party. And so that's how that works. Yes, I do. And that's how that's done. And those are artists that I can recommend. Oh, well, and obviously Proco. Or there's a bunch of oil artists that I think do this as well. I just don't know them on a name basis and haven't seen the results of it. But for sure, myself, my mom, my mom, like, she's really good at this. Ochre is very good at this and does multimedia. Angela, I know, is good at this. And Lindsay, I think the Fruger Crafter might do this as well. All right, that's my 2 cents. We're going to continue to cloud on. This mountaintop will be definitely lighter, but still darker than that one. And so that's where I've got to play, is I've got to find that light mountain versus the dark mountain. So I'm coming here. I'm using the rounded side of the brush. You could use the round blender. You could use a round blender and a filbert to get this one brush. So if you had a filbert and a round blender, like I'm on the round blender side, and so what I'm doing is I'm blending down the mountain. If I need to, I'll get my finger involved. I'm just trying to make sure that we are getting the subtlety we need to get so that our painting comes out. And you can see sometimes I'll get my finger involved to diffuse, and isn't that wonderful how that creates a softer line? That does create a softer line. You can see that I'm just using my finger. But now we have those mountains. Yay! Hey! Hey! Oh, and if you are a professional artist or trying to become a professional artist, I do now have business coaching. And that is John and I doing the business coaching. And it's stuff like, how do I get into an art show? Getting your submissions together, getting your stuff together. So you can get in an art show or grow your business or...
Jeez, look at the difference.
Yeah.
Here versus here, you guys. That is what they should see.
Yeah.
That is how much different it is. I can only do that by flattening this completely.
All right. I can try to paint it flat.
It's just what they see is so much better.
All right. Flatten it completely.
See if they can do it, if you can.
I'll try to do it. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying.
The sheen.
But the camera looks crazy now on the steps.
It's still,
Oh, it's because it's not flat. It's angled down.
Yeah, it's over tilted. Hold on a second.
It's over tilted. There you go. And that's a little better, but it's still got a sheen on it. I think if I dry it, it'll be there.
I'm going to adjust cameras later.
Okay, we'll get in here and we'll adjust these cameras to see if we can't get these sheens to go away. What I'll do is I'll give John a wet black canvas and we'll play with it until we can see it. All right. That's a good idea, isn't it? I'm gonna
Sorry about all
white.
that. Okay, I'm going to give us a new step here.
Okay, I'm going to get a little white onto my
mucking
round
around.
brush, and I'm adding it into my gray mix. So this one will need to be a shade lighter. I'm going to come and add some. And come up that side and see if you bring that down, what starts to happen
There
is
we
that
go.
hill
Much
starts to
better.
take place.
Much better.
Right? And we want the hill to start to take place. I can come back into my slightly darker background color and add dimensionality.
Yeah, see, I walked by, and this is much better. It's much bluer. As a matter of fact, we don't even quite as much. Yeah, this is still missing a touch of the green that's showing there. I'm going to see if I can pull that back out.
Oh, well, it's just got some phthalo in it. So phthalo always casts a little green. I never know if I want to do the ultramarine
There it
blue or the
goes. There it
phthalo
is.
blue.
There's that little bit of green I was looking for right there. See the mountain? It's just a little peaky.
I'm
Just
going to
a
go
little,
ahead and
little
get a
peaky.
little more blending medium in this as I come down. I just kind of pull that out. And a little bit of just white. And then a little bit of light white. We're just creating little moments on the path here. Let's see if we can't. I don't know that this looks better. Does it look better for them? It looks terrible for me. Terrible in my monitor. Just horrific. That's to put too fine a point on it. Like
I don't understand what horrific to you means.
I mean,
You're looking through a tinted lens.
I know.
So, let's go with like this.
All right. I definitely lost some of my visual information though, but I want them to have it more than me. I'm coming in here and I'm just working up a little dimensionality with my glaze into the mountains so that they have a nice amount of bump. No, what I'm going to do is just not look at that monitor. That's how I'm going to handle that. All right, so I'm going to come here and...
So there's your side view.
I wonder if it's just the pigment is so shiny.
It is very shiny. That's why I have to adjust
I can fix that. Give me just a second. I think I can fix the shiny pigment. I'm making sure that my mountains are going to allow me to see my trees, and so that's the value sets that I'm fighting for here. I have to make sure that there's enough of a lighter gray up into this. This is a little more blue, but still, it's not black, right? I use very descriptive words, by the way, if you didn't know. And then John's like, what does that mean? Seems like a terrible word. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dry this, and I'm going to use my glazing liquid matte on it. So that's going to allow you to see what it is clearly.
Okay. And don't forget, if you're going to be drying your surface, to not use heat. Definitely keep on the lowest heat setting. That will, you just need the air to move through there to get that surface dry, and that will take care of it. I'm just switching my camera lenses back over here so that we can watch along with you guys. Let's see here. I gotta find my button in the right place. I'm not sure where it's supposed to go. Thought it was here, but apparently not. But she's gonna go ahead and see if she can do a little bit of a glaze on there to reduce that. We'll see what happens. And yes, oh, look at all the links that the people are dropping here in the chat. Thank you guys so much. And Cinnamon's hoping that she can get a little bit more matte coverage on the yeah, it's I think so. If I switch cameras, you can see that the glare difference. And then I'm gonna pull this back up for her because the glare doesn't help her so much. So I'm gonna do this just a second while we're getting going, because you can see that the glare is just it's just one of the side effects here. So give me just a second. I'm gonna turn your mic back on.
I got a little bit of it. See, that's too dark. That's not showing the subtleties of the gray. Okay, there we go. Let's figure it out. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's give me a new step. I'm going to take a little bit of my ultramarine blue and my phthalo blue together and my glazing medium. And a little zinc white, and I'm using a little zinc and a little ultramarine blue and a little glazing medium. And what I'm doing is I'm just trying to get an Arctic feel, but also where you can see, even in the distant silhouette of the mountains, the dimensionality of it. And I don't feel like I don't have a side screen here, by the way, so you know.
What happened there?
I don't know. That's too much zinc white, so we'll come in with a little bit more blue. Well, guys, you know what? I think you're just going to have to believe me.
What's that?
They're going to have to believe me that there's multi-dimensional gray there.
Oh yeah, you can definitely see the multi-dimensional gray here on the side screen, and you can and as that dries, you can see more of it. See, like you can see it there for sure.
I'm going to go ahead and get some Just Mars Black and Phthalo Blue together. I'm going to put my little vision enhancers on. I'm using my round number 6. And make a little line there. And I'll just paint these little trees up. And let me show you the tree because it's dark on dark. See how that's just creating a little tree? That's a silhouette at first. And to allow some variance in your tree. And then I'll come and add little highlights. One of the big things I do is I make sure that my tree has highlights around the whole tree. So the center line too. And then I will do a lighter snow on some of the branches on the inner side because that's going to talk about the moonlight. So we're going to inner side it, and that way you can see it in the moonlight. First black silhouettes, then the snow and shadow, and then the snow and highlight. Let's kick this up a notch and go. And I may even go to a bigger round just so I can do the work faster. You will see me do that on occasion where I'm just like, oh, we better go to a bigger round. I gotta see doctor.
What's up?
Because I lean.
Oh.
And that's probably my scoliosis acting up.
Well, it could be. It also is that the angle of the camera relative to the surface. So in order for me to see over.
Oh no, I'm leaning over.
Yeah, I know, but it's okay for you people to normally lean. It's only a problem because there's a camera overlooking over your left shoulder.
Oh, I'm just saying it hurt.
Well, I'm sorry for that.
Okay. I'm just like I should check into that because that's why I'm leaning.
Well, yeah, we should then.
All right. Sometimes I like to put some little lighter ones in the background that are a little more out of focus. But it's important to have them be tall and short and varying in thickness and width and stuff. It's so easy to do your trees where your trees are like I'm just placing this one well. It's not going to go down much past the cabin. So sometimes I'm looking at, again, its relationship to the cabin and all of that. And then we're going to just put this little tree in. And again, these are just the silhouettes. Just like what I just showed you on the paper, just the silhouettes.
The base of the tree.
The base of the tree. And I might come in and add a little dark to that because I think that might actually be lower.
It's funny, as that gray has dried, much more of it has come through on the overhead.
Yeah, I think, now it's there. I think what it is trying to adjust for it while it's wet. And that's just some of what it is to be live.
Right. And it just happens.
But the one nice thing about these moments, guys, is it's an assurance to you that this is real right now. I'm going to predict something to you right now, that by next year, real is going to matter to us a lot. That a human being is doing it is going to be a big deal. So see how we're getting just a little varying stand? Just flicking out. This could be considered a snowy pine masterclass because that is what we are painting in depth. But honestly, they're real easy to paint. And once you see this go through, then you're going to be like, oh, I'm a snowy pine painter person. Sometimes I like to just make sure that it's nice and dark over at the side so that everything makes a sense. Now we're going to come over to the left-hand side, continuing on. And again, this is Mars Black and Phthalo Blue. I do Mars Black and Phthalo Blue because the only blacker black than Mars Black is Lamp Black. But I don't want to use Lamp Black. So, and that's just because I don't want you to have to go out and buy different paint.
You did say left, but you meant right.
I did say left, but I meant right. That is a problem that I have. And that is another reason why John is here. Because he's not right-left challenged.
Well, I think I'm just as much as the next person.
Kind of tuckled the cabin in there. Tuck that cabin in. Let's put a little tree in here for balance. Now, some of this interesting stuff will be which trees are more forward and more in detail, and that will also create some depth, because once we do the silhouette, believe it or not, we have the depth thing to do, and that's super fun. And that starts to create the details without painting the details, which, man, you know I'm a believer in.
In details?
In details without the details being painted. I'm just kind of making some little, in the misty shadow shapes. They don't really have any definition, but I think I'm going to paint out with my mop brush a little bit. Interestingly enough, a little of this black here. I'm using my mop, and it's just to kind of bring that around. Maybe just to the, Hello?
Whoosh, have to mute that because I have no idea who's calling live in the middle of the call. So I will allow her to take the call, and I'll talk to you guys while she's checking on that.
I have to take calls because sometimes they're for insurance or the state or something.
Well, I will take those
So
and step
no,
into the other rooms.
Oh, okay. Well, it's just it had called me, so I just didn't know. It didn't show up as, sometimes when it's an unknown number, it could be a doctor and stuff, so I just take it. But that was just scam. There's nobody there. They're just, now they're going to call back again in a minute with a robot that they're going to pretend sounds like a person, but in no way. I'm just like almost offended at the lack of quality. I mean, nowadays anymore, you can make a robotic voice sound like a person. They should try harder. The scammers.
Try harder.
We should get them. All right, let's dry everything.
Is it all right? Drying time.
Yeah, I gotta dry it to see.
That seems to make sense. So yeah, you can see, and as we dry this, you're gonna see that sheen change black. Really, is an obvious one there. As it kind of goes, and I'm gonna look at the side cam, and you can see it over there, just kind of evaporate away, just whoop, as it goes. But don't forget, click like, subscribe, comment, humany buttons at the bottom to make sure that that robot overlord of the algorithm knows that all of the little humans like the videos. That's how we know. We push the buttons.
Do we have any reasons for dancing still?
Yeah, we're still 300. Oh, and look, Deborah just gave us extra reason to thank you, Deborah. I'm gonna see if
we are 300 still into the big tree. So I'm still on this number 6 Raphael Sepia. And listen, wherever you're at, I think this is easier to get in Europe than here. I like this round brush. If you can't get my number 4 from the old Art Sherpa line, this is a really good round brush. I do have them. But what I have found is also that when I start to paint with a brush, I have found that all the paint companies suddenly have it for sale. So I worry about you guys a little less than I used to because they do that. Now the up top here is quite delicate, so I'm going to just kind of brush that out in little flicking strokes. And again, we don't really see this tree until we get the highlights on it, but I do want to have its scale worked out before I put in the little little far trees. So we're going to be doing all that background. Now, I personally, guys, think it helps me and has always helped me to have brush directionality. Even if I can't see the highlights and things, that I paint them in as I'm going, because it's like a mental practice.
I don't think I hit a step on that last one after we came back.
Okay.
I'm going to hit it now.
Okay.
Sorry about that, guys.
All right. So that's that big one. Now I'm going to take my Ultramarine blue, my Phthalo blue, my Doc's purple, and my Mars black, making that background sky color kind of again. More Ultramarine blue. You can kind of see it there. I'm just trying to get the right level of gray. Now, I will paint a forward-facing branch. This is a slightly off forward-facing branch. And then I might do another kind of off one. And so that's how I'm going to get my trees to be round.
Ah. You bring the roundiness.
But I have to paint it in at this stage. And that's the hard one, because there's some visualization that is required. And that can be really challenging to new painters. If you could, before sleep, like if you're before you do like after you do all your rituals, but before you're like drift to sleep every night, I want you to picture an apple. And if you've got one in your fridge, look at it, but I want you to picture it, and then I want you to picture as many things about it as you can. I used to practice this all the time as a kid. Picture the apple, picture as many things about it as you can, as much detail as you can, every night. When you, right?
Yeah.
Can that apple in your mind's eye is as real as it being, and this is weird because I use words and your words might mean different things than my words. I got to the place where I could rotate the apple in my mind's eye, all directions, and see it well. I could run mental water drops down it and see the shadows and reflections as they went. That is, I don't know why we don't teach that as an actual art skill more. I have no idea, because for sure it's a big deal one. I'm going to bring this here. So just a slightly light, that's still very in shadow though, isn't it?
Yeah.
And there that tree starts to show up.
It does. It has a little, you've given it a conical implication.
I have. And then I can come I'm not going to do the rocks quite right now. I'll put those back in just because I think they're going to be a lot to take on.
Do you have a particular order you put your paint on the palette?
I used to do a circle around, and I would generally put my reds with my reds and my yellows with my yellows and my blues with my blues, but now I've started to put them down the sides. And I'm kind of thinking that this side I'm going to do my split palette, and that this side I'm going to do my convenience colors, and then through the middle I'm going to do my whites and blacks. Which is kind of a fancy way of saying not at the moment, but I think I should. And I do think I should. I'm just making sure that this tree in its roundness is behind this one.
Layers.
We're layering it. This tree is definitely in front of that tree back there. I might not even put any snow on that tree. Glazing medium does slow down the drying time of the paint too. So sometimes if you've got a color and it's going to dry on you before you've used it all, this helps.
Does it?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Now I'm going to paint this one. And you'll notice that it's kind of like more in front, and that puts these two in the back, doesn't it? Painting the shadows is a thing that as beginners we forget to do as carefully as we could. What I'm doing here is I'm always leaving little bits of the tree. See how that pushed those two back?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. I'm going to go ahead and get a little more white up into here into this one just so I can see it a little bit better. See how that is now in front of that tree? Did I tell you?
Here, I'll take it. Where's your...
It's okay. Spam. It said it this time. It told me this time.
It told you, it warned you?
It warned me this time.
It knew.
It knew. This tree has a darker highlight on it, and so that pushes it back. If a tree is more in the shadow, then you need to put less details on it. Less contrast. But like this one here, this one is very much going to start to come forward, so I've got to think about it as I paint it much more. There's a big tree, very big tree that is growing in front of the cabin. Now the Little Snowman watercolor I expect to be very chill, as is the koala, and I'm thinking of, for my Australian viewers, I'm thinking of putting the koala on at a late viewing time, which would allow them to come to alive.
Oh.
Because it's a Christmas koala, and I haven't done a Christmas for my Australian community, and I thought it'd be fun to do one this year. Pulling that forward. I know I'm gonna go ahead and put rocks and things in front of it, but And you can see how by doing a lighter shadow, didn't I push that back? And then these can all be in. All right, let's get a little glazing medium. A little black, a little blue, more ultramarine blue. And I'm adding a little glazing medium so that just that snow color doesn't just vanish on me is what I'm trying to do.
All right.
I need a lighter snow color, but it's not a light color. But it still needs to be lighter than that. It's so interesting trying to find it. See how we're starting to highlight that? Look at that go. Wow, did that just pop out of the ground or what? Just coming on that inside. How are we doing, babe?
Good. I'm just getting the next.
Stuff ready?
Well,
I have too many steps, don't I?
No. You're doing fine.
Am I doing fine?
Yeah.
I so appreciate you being here. I could not do this without you. I think I would collapse inwardly on the first technological challenge.
We're fine.
You're amazing. So you'll be okay. Now up here, you know, I might go ahead and I've still got my snow color going, but I can make a very light snow color. Comparatively, this would be like my shadow light snow color. So it should be, you know, lighter than that. I've added glazing medium to just help it hold. Now we just added a little highlight there. Gosh, this is darn fun. Up at the top, a little bit of extra. My very, very lightest shadow snow. So that's what that is just trying to get those little highlights and things on trees, and then that pulls them forward and that pulls them forward. Right, and that's what we're doing. Back into my second lightest highlight on the snow, and then you highlight just the trees, much less around here. Around here, we all know our names. Around here. So I'm highlighting the tops of the trees. Can anyone guess why? Because that's where the light is. Remember, we drew that circle of where this light's super impactful. So when you do a lot of landscape painting, even when you don't have a reference or something, a lot of times you can reference how nature does things. That's why those things are important to understand. You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to put an apple picture in the group and be like, visualize your apple tonight. Who did it? It is important though, guys. Visualize your apple. Notice that up here, this work is a little delicate. Okay, I'm going to go right back over by the cabin. Okay, let's go over towards that big tree, I think, and call it a new step. And a new step will do this big tree. So I am going to go ahead and get into my snow color again, the darker one. And you can see me just adding colors till I get to it. And let's come right here and from the bottom, paint a beautiful little kind of downward, more detailed little branch shape. Dead wood coming off from the distance.
Mm.
That's what that is. It's little dead wood.
Now, if you're watching this on the replay and you don't see the chat, oftentimes it's just because it takes a little time for the chat to show up.
Mm-hmm.
So it may show up a little later.
It may show up a little later. Closed captioning again on a longer video like this. The closed captioning takes a few hours, sometimes overnight, to show. Yeah. It will be back though. I have it enabled on everything. So as long as YouTube provides it and Facebook provides it, I will always enable it. I will try to figure out what to do if they discontinue that service. I'm not sure. That might have to be, we hire a service and we'd have to fundraise for that. You can see me kind of building up the whole of that tree. It just starts to come into view focus, doesn't it? It's just so lovely. Okay, now I'm going to go into my slightly lighter snow color, adding more white. Painting the tops of these. I try to be a little bit delicate with it. And that's just because nature is, even though it's, it seems sometimes brutal during eating season, is actually quite delicate with things. So sometimes that's what we have to learn how to mimic, is the gentle touches. Can we put little bits of snow on that? Oh my goodness, that's so good. All right.
It really does look super, super
Let's
good.
call that a step. Look at this. It's a big boy. I know it.
Do you dry it? Or are you good?
I'm going to dry, I think.
Okay,
And I'm going to
dry.
sip coffee if it's still warm, but it may not be.
I may warm you up. Let's see here. It's a good time to thoroughly dry your surface. Oh! I saw that slipping down. So I just have to make sure that no cables are in the way of that. We're okay right now. So, yeah, they're all shielded connections through there. We had a little spillage happen there. She's going to keep drying, but you know what that means? That means some fresh coffee. So after this, I'll go back there and get some fresh coffee, and she'll be okay in a moment.
The
all right.
spill says it is.
Coffee
Thinks
it
okay.
is.
I gotta keep painting.
I'm gonna get more.
It's a big boy.
But I'm gonna give you a new step.
All right, I'm gonna put out some fresh paint. I'm gonna put out fresh ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, maybe even Mars black, just because it's starting to use up that. I may put out fresh white because things are starting to skin. You can see that the paper's starting to dry out, and when the paper starts to dry out, a couple things have happened. Probably didn't wet my sponge enough, and then I've just been painting for a long session without misting. That's titanium white. I'll go over all the colors again so you know where everything is on the palette. Okay. And then I'll mist. This is just water. This is just as water. That'll help the paper. If I wanted to reactivate the paper, I could wet the sponge a lot, and then it would do that, but then I have to deal with the wet sponge. So you just kind of balance the issues out. Cad red, cad yellow, yellow ochre, burnt sienna. I didn't use phthalo green, Mars black, doxazine purple, phthalo blue, ultramarine blue, satin, glazing liquid, titanium white, zinc white, Mars black. And I gotta find some Mars black. And I can put down there. So it's pretty good. It's doing well. I am going to go ahead and get back into my D brush. This is my number 8D, and I think I'm going to get some of my snow color, but my darker snow color. And I'm going to come around this lake with my snow color. Dox purple, phthalo blue, Mars black, ultramarine blue. Just getting a nice dark snow color. I might want a little more ultramarine blue and a little more Mars black to get there. And I'm just bringing this back through here, going over the blue with this as a base color. And I'm using my D brush because it's a nice big brush. I could probably also get my oval mop involved just to work out enough of the paint. What I'm doing here is just getting a base color on. I'm using my snow color to do it, and I'm using my oval mop because it's going to get it out in quick order. And we want to spend our long focused energetic times on the details that matter to us, and not our long focused energetic times on the details that do not matter to us, because that is a quick way to burn out on a painting. If you use too small of a brush on a bigger canvas and you're spending too long mentally and emotionally in the canvas, you're going to find that you burn out before you're done. I am just making sure I have a nice basis for my snow. Now I can come and get a little black in here. Just kind of brush a slightly darker dusting. Okay. And then in that corner, I'm going to grab some black and kind of glaze this up this way. Phthalo blue. And you can see me sort of glazing up this whole area, can't you? Just deepening it. I can still see where my tree went personally, but it's vanished for you. I can still see it through my glaze, which is why I'm not worried about it. And then I'll just kind of blend here, kind of coming out at this sort of angle. That's what you see me doing. I'm blending at an angle, blending at an angle. You can blend at an angle too. I grabbed a little blue. It was the ultramarine blue. That's just a way to blue cast all this stuff. And I'm going to go over my house with a little bit of color, and it's going to push it back, but that's because I'm pushing my trees back. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my ultramarine blue, my phthalo blue, and a little bit of my burnt sienna. And I'm going to brush up and down vertically. And while all that's still wet, I'm going to grab a little bit of my zinc and brush right down. Little zinc. And then I go across. So the trick with ice reflections is that it won't be crisp. Remember how we talked about, can you blend so much that the painting becomes muddy? So this is one of those areas where we're leaning into the way things diffuse and deflect. To give the impression of ice. And that's why we do a horizontal and vertical blend.
So that's a really good question. Do you do just do tutorials on just blending?
Yes, I have some tutorials on just blending, but I feel like we're going to be doing some new ones too. Watch the 6 easy ways to blend like oils. It's going to introduce you to some concepts you need. And if you're having just general trouble in your process, I have a free course called the Beginner Acrylic Painting Course. I will redo it again soon, but only because I find that fresh content on YouTube has value.
Huh.
And it ages out important courses like the Beginner Acrylic Painting Course. Everything a beginner needs to know, but everyone forgot to tell you. Because it takes 2 years off of your painting journey.
Wow.
And I've seen that again and again and again and again. No, it will normally... That course gets you to where 20, 30 paintings get most people to. Maybe even a little further. It is a powerful course. It includes how to set up your studio. What darn light bulb do you need?
That is
right?
important. You wouldn't think about it.
Are there adaptive painting devices for people who are painting with disability? Maybe that disability is temporary. Maybe it is a factor of your entire life. But believe it or not, there's an entire genre of art dedicated to that.
Yeah.
Post-stroke, having to paint, grip issues, all of that. That is out there. The research is in. We know it's important. We know that being able to have access to art supplies makes a big difference for people to be able to feel integrated, whole, okay, healthy, and all right.
Right. And caffeine.
And if I could tell you any part of my life that happened in the last 2 years, you would go, art is the most powerful tool to keep somebody from going totally crazy and crying every day and losing their minds and not knowing what's going on and all this stuff I've been going through. If I didn't have to paint with you guys every day, I don't know where I'd be. But it wouldn't be in a good place.
No kidding, yeah.
This helps me process my stress, my fear, all of that stuff. Helps me stay rational, helps me do critical thinking, helps me process grief, process all of these feelings, normalize. It's every day. I just can't believe what it gives me.
Yeah.
What it's given you. I believe that art was left here for us so
Yeah,
that
no.
we could deal with the world we live in. All right. I'm so colorful.
You ready for
I'm even more
another
colorful
step?
in the background. All right. Yeah, we're going to do step. I'm going to take my D brush and a little black paint. I'm going to make a lump right there. A little friendly lump next to it. Another big kind of lump coming down. A little friendlier lump. And I'm going to kind of blend this dark value back here. Next to my house, I'm going to make a little rock. Boulder, really. Given the size of the house and the rock, it's a boulder.
Huh.
And come in with my snow color from the side and my D brush. And I'm going to lightly dust in a little bit of the beginning of snow. Can you see that coming in there?
Yeah.
Start to see the landscape, the landscape. All right, and I'm going to come here. And I think I'm going to move this up. I'm going to come in. I like to do my brush. How I like to do lake edges is coming in on the side of a brush.
Mm.
And that sort of just paints the perspective for me, and I really appreciate it. A little more blue. I'm going to put my cabin back in. That is happening, but right now I just need to get my distant snow ground.
Just for reference there, anyway.
Hmm?
You just needed that for reference?
I needed it for reference, yeah. Sometimes I need objects for reference so I don't get lost in the minutia. You can see me just creating a highlight around that lake. And that's just starting to make that seem like there's a highlight around the lake.
Yeah.
We love it. I'm going to get a little more ultramarine blue. And the reason I'm going to do the snow a little more ultramarine blue over here is that when I go to put the fire reflections on the ground, it's going to wow my eye.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's just all it is. Just trying to make
It's already looking pretty wow.
It's already looking pretty wow, but it has more wow to go. It can wow more. You can wow more. You've got this in you. By the way, man, I have such stamina for painting. I can go 5 hours, 6 hours, 10 hours. You pace yourself. Stand up. Rest. Take a breath. Go pee. Drink a glass of water and breathe.
Yeah.
Because you're concentrating so hard, you probably forgot to do some of those things. That's looking pretty darn good. If I switch over to my round brush right now, I can take a little of my blue and black and my glazing medium. And I can start to come along my bank edge with this dark value. And I'm going to take a little bit of a rock there. Put some rocks in the background. Just putting this in so that I can so see how I make a triangle? Let me show you a cool trick. You ready?
Yeah.
Get close. I'll try to do this in dark thing.
Josh,
So a lot of times I make a triangle, 2 parallel lines coming off, 2, 3 parallel lines going down, and then a little window, and a little door. So basically what you're using is, if I were to draw a box, and I'm sure you've been shown this, but just in case you haven't, right? I'm going to draw a really messy little box, messy box. This is not the gestural way to do this, where we weight lines and curve perspective in an exaggerated way so that things seem 1,000% more of what they are. This is just straight draw box. If I draw a parallel line here, and I draw a parallel line here, and I draw a parallel line here, parallel line here, and then vertical lines, and then see, so if this line is here, then this line has to be the exact same angle. And that's really all we're doing, right? And then that line comes up there. And generally you join these all up in the same spaces, but it's this sort of basic, you know. So if it's this, then it's this. That means that has to go there, then that has to go there. So and eventually you'll just get to the place where you're just doing them all over the place. We'll do box day. But right now, that's all I'm doing is just, I'm just guessing up the box. I'm just going to use my detail brush because that's going to be a little bit easier. And I've got snow and everything in front of here, so I don't need to have that much going on. You know, I'll put the tree over it and everything. So back to my round brush. I'm going to put my stones in with black paint. All right, so I'm going to put a little stone in right here. And I'm going to come back. And this is how I'm going to get the ridge. I was having a little trouble getting the ridge. And so then I realized this is how I intend to get the ridge, is I just take a little black line there. Now I can see the ridge. And then I've got this boulder. And we'll bring trees around here. Don't worry, we got it. A few little boulders right there. Another little boulder right there. And then along this edge, I'll start to add a little rock. And then I think I will also talk a little bit about a snowy ridge. A little of my blue black. And then I'll go ahead and kind of make sure that that corner of my lake has a deep shadow. Rock. Rock. You've never painted a rock? The trick to rocks are they're little mushed weird shapes. And when I paint them out, I try to make them interesting in relationship to each other and layered out. Less mushy? No, I
So you
think
said
there's
they're mush
some.
rocks. I was like,
These are mushy.
they're mushy little rocks.
Because they're in the snow, so they're tucked in. So there's a sort of, it's big, it's small. We're going to find them when we put the snow on them. That's their basic shape. You don't actually have to be that particular about them because by the time you're all done painting them out and everything. Big boulder. But this one's close to us. These boulders are huge, but they're far away. This boulder is big, but it's close to us. So it's still a boulder, but it's actually probably a smaller boulder than these far off boulders. And I just say that sometimes to help you think about how, you know, it might be. And I might switch to a D brush because all of this has to have a dark base to begin with. I'm going to come right here and make a little round rock that goes off the canvas. And I'm going to make another little round rock that goes off the canvas. And then these are little rocks in that background, and they are black and off the canvas. These are little rocks that are in the ground. And you can start putting little rocks that are in the ground here and there. Now all this through here is pretty solid, and we find it again with snow. So this grouping of rocks is all clumped together, and that's, a lot of times I'm just looking for the contour. Little rock. A lot of times I just sort of lay rocks with my brush and then find them in the highlights later. It's really weird. You want to make this look like somebody came from that house, walked over here, grabbed rocks from here, and made a little fire pit. That's your goal. Now, even though some of these rocks are not as dark as I'm painting them, I'm doing them this dark so I can find them again. Because once you can see them, then you can paint them. All right, let's call that a step, and we're going to start highlighting all our rocks.
Dry that, or are you good?
No, we're good. I'm going to get into my snow color. And snow is ultramarine blue, phthalo blue, little dots purple, a little more blue, I think, and Mars black. You can start adding white to it. Sometimes once I find it, I add glazing medium so that I can locate it again later. Maybe a little more blue. Okay, right here, the foremost rock is this little guy. Can you see him just distantly, faintly there? Another big guy. Little guy right here. Just a little, two of us. We can make it if we try. Just a few of us. You and I. All right, how are we doing, guys?
Those are so pretty. Such a pretty scene.
You're doing it. I know it's hard. I know that you've probably been at this for days when I've been at this for a few hours. I get it. I do. I know that I'm sitting here going, oh, that's his paint. La, 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 la. Yay, painting. And you're going, ugh! It's okay. It's not that unusual. Let me start to go around the little rocky rocks. And then while I'm here, I will go ahead and kind of start to think about the roof of my house. And the reason is that it's covered in snow.
Mm.
And then I'm going to take this dark snow. And just make sure we have a little in front of the house. Start to bury things as you do.
It's a great little house.
It is. I know. Let's go buy this and let's build this and live in it. I want a house. I want to not be housing insecure anymore. I want a house in that cabin. I'm going to live right there at that lake. Right there. I've just painted it. It's a tiny home. The kids are in college. No, they're not actually. I'm just saying. In my imaginary home of the future.
The imaginary of it.
Now I might come here and add a little more blue on the forward face of that rock and that one, just so that there's some differential between some of these things, so that we can still see them well. There we go. Just some snowy bank, snowy bank, snowy bank. This is much more blue and is kind of like brushing down. See, I'm just implying a little bit of rock there. It's hard for John to film this stuff because we paint it the way we paint it. John works very, very hard to make sure that when we are painting a subject matter, you can at all see it.
Try.
See how we're just starting to build up little rock formations? Doesn't mean I don't have to come back and do a bunch of brown and stuff on all these rocks. I do. But by doing this now, what have I done? I have found the stones. Now I'm going to get a little more white into this. A little more glazing medium. And I'm rolling my brush out. I know it seems bright, but it actually isn't that bright, is it? It's the contrast of
It really is cool how the contrast makes it pop, though.
And it feels hard to paint stones. It's actually one of those things that honestly I love painting more than many other things because it's easier than you think. Boulders.
Boulders.
Mm-hmm. So that there's like more of a snowbank. And we have boulders. It's pretty crazy. Fun stuff. Let's see how we have a nice little bank there. Yeah. Go ahead and add a little highlight to my roof. Right there. I'm just brushing this a little bit back there, and it's just a light touch because I don't want to make this really tough to even see. A little bit of highlight on the top of that big boulder. Lay that a little bit there, and then you just brush that back. Applying the little lines of ridges. Oh my gosh, is this just coming together?
It just really is. It comes, just pops up, pops little rocks coming in. The light, the moonlight looks really great.
Another little light highlight, so you can see I've got another up. Glazy medium. Sometimes I'll rinse out and reload just so I have a better load. See how that, even though that's a blue color, that feels like white snow, doesn't it? It's so weird how it does that,
So
but
neat.
it do.
Yeah.
And I'm going to come and sort of make sure that the front of my house has more of a little shadow and it's a little snow. I'll have to paint that back, but that's okay. Then I'm going to put the tree back over it, so I'm not that worried about it. A little black and brown. sort of pushing that back into the background, right? And let's give it a little snow. See how we just oofed it with snow? We can just oof it with snow. We can do that anytime. Just aligning that inner corner. And a little darker over here. So the lightest of the house will be the front. The darkest will be here. We'll put a window and everything there, and we'll have to highlight the roof and put the tree back. But we're doing pretty good. All right.
Doing really good.
Let's add a little more white to our highlight. Just adding little white highlights here and there, just trying to find the... I can darken it by going back into my shadow snow color and then lighten it. And so there's no end to how much you can do. See how that makes that bank feel like it's got some stuff happening? Coming along that edge. If I have to knock it back, I will. I just want to... What I'm doing is I'm thinking about a cone of light.
Oh, right. Draw the viewer's eyes in there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Let's bring a little bit of a highlight back here. Maybe a little more blue into the mix. So it's still light, but you can see it's just a little darker, right? And paint a little snow up there. Just fun to do. Now, if I come and get just a little bit of brown into this and a little more blue, an interesting thing will start to happen for this area back here. I think I want actually more blue. I'm going to come from the right and just build in some boulders that are sloped in. We're going to barely see them. You had a question, I can tell, because
Yeah. can you talk a little bit about the patron Zoom classes and how you can get a free one and how that all
Oh,
works?
yeah. And so I have this set up real cool. And listen, if you're signed up through our website, and you're at the $15 level or above, you can also do this. So you don't have to be on Patreon. We're not migrating. If you're happy where you're happy, be there. You get all the same stuff. But if you sign up over on Patreon, you'll notice the Zoom classes, and it is a good place to go look at them because I have tons of written up posts about it, how to join, what to do. Basically, we do a painting class on Zoom. You guys vote on the topic. I teach it. We paint at an even slower pace than this. We're kind of chill. We talk. We meet 30 minutes earlier and all hang out and kind of just get together and say hi. It's a social time. And then at 1 o'clock, we start painting, and we pay for an hour. And then from 2 to 2:30, we visit again. And actually, that's just you guys hanging out, finishing up your paintings. You can bring stuff you're working on, or you can take part of the current project. You can ask me questions during the live show and show me what you can show me, right? Like one of the big problems that we have when we're painting together is you can't show me.
Right.
But this is a way for you to show me. So we have a way to do that where at the end people can show me if they want to. And we've done 4 together so far.
Right.
Of the new Zooms. So they're pretty good out there. And then after the Zoom is over, John edits it, takes out the you guys. Because don't worry, we're not putting you all over the internet. So your voices and your pictures are taken out, and he edits it and he uploads it, and then you can rewatch it, paint it. If you do the free trial and you're like, gosh, this patronage thing isn't for me, like I liked it, but you're halfway through the painting because it's a 2-parter, just write us. I'm not here to prevent you from finishing a painting. I'll send you the link, even if you cancel the Patreon. I don't mind. Don't. Look, here's what I know. Our family has been fiscally tight. I bet your family in some degree is fiscally tighter than it used to be. And I understand that sometimes you can patron and sometimes you can't. And so I really know that I'm loved, and don't worry, it doesn't make me feel like you guys don't care. I want you to feed yourselves first.
Right.
I teach this for free because I know art supplies cost money, and I want you to buy art supplies first. So if you're in that position, but you have to buy a new tube of white, if you can grab it from the store, I greatly appreciate it. But even if you can't, a share of you, your time, these are all meaningful to me. You finishing the painting and telling me you had a good job, that's meaningful to me. All that stuff is meaningful to me. But Zoom does let us work interactively back and forth together.
Right.
Wow, I monologued like a villain there. Sorry.
Oh, no, you do good.
All right, I'm going to add a little more white into this. Just make sure that this little bank has a little light coming in. Maybe from the moon.
From the moon.
What I'm doing is just giving my snow highlights and lowlights and personality. Because, well, it has it. Even when it doesn't mean to. Why do I know that those highlights are there? Because I can see my moon.
Can you?
And add a little highlight to the top of the house. And I tap up and down so it feels like it's crisp, but
Crisp.
like maybe like laid snow.
Hmm.
Tapping up and down. Maybe not. I thought a rough line would do better. But I've changed my mind, and you just got to see me clean up a line.
You have changed it.
I did. I'm going to be adding the tree over this. I just have it right now. I'm going to take a little bit of my Cad Red, and interestingly enough, actually, Cad Red and Doxazine Purple is better. I'll do Cad Red and Doxazine Purple. Make a little square window. to the side of that a little door. It's barely visible. Now, I'm going to do something wild. Let's call it a new step.
All right. This will be our 13th step.
Woohoo! Well, this is cool because we're about to go to the upside down for a 13th step. We're going to go to the upside down and do a 13th step. What? This is going to be fun for the replay. I'm going to take a little bit of black and brown. Darken the water a little bit. See what I'm doing?
I do.
So I paint the opposite, the mirror reflection of what I have here.
Hmm.
And it's not heavy or anything. I'll come and grab a little bit of the blue. I don't want it to be too focused. The reason is that when you have a reflection on ice, it's not going to be as crisp or like a perfect mirror reflection. It's pretty diffused. I'm gonna grab a little black, and it may be even lighter. So oftentimes in wet water it'll be darker than the background, but then here could be lighter depending on the surface of the and I may come over it with a little bit of glazing medium.
Looks pretty cool.
I'm gonna brush it back a little bit to slightly diffuse it. Do you see what I'm doing?
Yeah.
It was still wet, so I could do that. And I will come and put it in the ice a little better, but sometimes you gotta just... I'm using my angle brush here. I'm using my snow color from earlier. And what you can see me do is make these lines diffused a bit, right? Now if I come back with the background color, I can clean up anything that I need to. A little more blue. Kind of darken up that section of the lake, right? Haven't even, now let's flip it around. John, I'll zoom back out again. I will continue to nudge my lake. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of my black. So see how we now have it kind of tucked in the trees. And then I'm going to grab my lighter snow color with my white and my blue and my round. I'm grabbing some just very blued snow.
very blue snow. Watch your thing a little bit.
Hmm.
So they,
Well, they
where'd my microphone go?
I don't know where your microphone went.
Okay.
I'm just making sure this reflection is here, but not in focus.
Huh. Well,
I'm going to go ahead and
I'm not sure. Oh no, I think it still works. I just can't hear anything.
all right, I'm going to add my tree branches to pull this forward. And that nice little branch. That little tree then starts to go forward and be in front of its little friends. Adding highlights. There we go. Just a little bit right there.
So Witchy Wild says that chimney needs that cabin needs a chimney.
Huh?
So that cabin needs a chimney, says Wild Witch Wild.
Okay. Want to know how easy it is to add a chimney? There's probably a snow reason. I assume you're Canadian or something.
Well, you gotta keep warm. Otherwise, I think you freeze if you don't have one.
Oh, okay. Well, then let's take a little bit of brick red. And I'm going to probably imply my chimney is back here. And I've just tucked a little bit.
There's the chimney.
All right. Now, I'm going to take some zinc and glazing medium on my round brush. And it is the S curve. See how we added a little smoke?
Yeah.
There we go. Little smoke back there too. Might as well, right? Little black and blue. Adding that little reflection in there. Snow color. My light snow color. Oh gosh, doesn't that just work? Oh, I'm going to flip it upside down again, John. I'm sorry. I see an opportunity.
Okay.
An opportunity I missed before, but I will not miss now. I am painting the reflection of the tree, just the faintest you can imagine possible, right here. And that, wow, that improves everything.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Very much like that. I'm glad I did it. So sometimes you'll be going along and you'll be like, oh, I missed an opportunity earlier, but I see it now. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my red into my dark purple again, much brighter. A little bit. So if I do it at the top, I have to do it at the bottom. Then I'm going to get a little bit of my yellow. And I'm going to make that reflection run a little long. And the reason for that is sometimes they do that along the A little bit of red. So the door is also red, but it's you know, a deep, deep red. And then I'm going to take a little bit of my cad yellow. And add a bit to the water.
Wow.
And so that implies that there's somewhere in there
Really
fire
see it in there,
afoot.
yeah.
Adding a little black to the red. I'm just making sure that it's here, but I just want it to be faint. And then I'm going to come here and make some faint detailing. Now, let's grab a little bit of your brown and your yellow ochre. Brown and your yellow ochre. Just a little lighter than the side. There we go. Just a little distant cabin. Let's call that a step, because we cabined. Didn't we now?
You cabined that pond all up.
All over the place. All right. I am going to size down on my to a 4. I always talk to you guys a lot that I like the 4 and I like the 8. And this is why. This brush would be just a little too big for my rocks, but I want to keep using it. And so I'm going to size down. I'm going to get a little bit of my cad red and cad yellow together and a little of my burnt sienna. I'm going to go ahead and start to think about these rocks more seriously. This is just the start. I still have to put snow on them, right? So we're just starting to see and think about I'm going to come back into my black here and kind of work that in. And I'm going to come here. We're just adding stones. It's probably very messy seeming at this stage, but what we're doing is letting the brush help us find the shapes, because our brain wants to make patterns so tremendously badly that it will do that everywhere. And sometimes just refusing to give it the room is all that it takes. And while all that's having a dry, I'm going to come here and take a little of my black and brown together. And let's begin by coming up here. Now, I don't actually bring this color to the top. And that's because I'll be switching to a much lighter color. If you need it, though, to see it, do it. Flicking a nice little branch, John. Fixing a nice little, you're just not on the, where I am. Fix. Oh, okay. It wasn't. It looked like it wasn't. Okay, that's so weird. So it's pretty dark, as you can see. But when we're trying to build things for, like, say, our visual eyes, right? The eyes that we have. One of the things that we want to do is build up depth. Because our eyes actually see quite a lot of depth. Not as much as the rest of the animal kingdom, but enough. And I'm just painting the main tree now. This lets me see the value and know if I've got to add something in too. Okay, I can be even kind of wild with my brushes. So as dark as it must seem to you, there's a little bit of blue in the tree that's going to throw it off. So I'm going to grab my D brush and some glazing medium. And make sure that this area over here coming off the tree is as deep as possible. And the reason for that is that, believe it or not, even that dark blue snow will show. Okay, that's good. Now I am going to go into my yellow ochre and cad yellow. Little white. Get into my brown mix maybe a little bit more. Flicking little lines off and putting a little curl to them. So there we go. So that is working through those colors. Sometimes I'll take a little bit of my glazing medium or water to improve the flow. Yeah, I can do the center, but I'm a little more flickery in those brush strokes. And that's because this pine and these pines are not the same pine. And that's the other thing to realize, is that in a deciduous forest, you don't necessarily only have one type of deciduous tree. I'm going to get a little bit of my yellow here. Kind of come up to the top of this little rock that's under the tree. A little black.
And this one has the yellow because of the fire.
This one starts to go yellow, red, orange, and peach because of the fire.
Mm.
Yeah. But it's super important that any rocks that we have in that snow have a black base. And I should be able to paint the rest of them around the tree, but, you know, sometimes you just gotta... I'll just start to paint these little hints of tree. I'm gonna get a little Cad Red into my mix. Cad Red. There's Mars Black here, there's Burnt Sienna, and now there's Cad Red. It is distinctively different than Burnt Sienna. Just add a little red. I like the way you do it. Little tiny flicking brush strokes. And just to make sure that we have the delicacy of it, see how these are? They're just little. And then maybe you might go. Yeah, you know, you can worry about having just these perfect lines. See how I'm doing? It's about slowing down. You go quick, you can generalize, you get a painterly painting. You slow down, you get more specific, you get a tighter painting. This is what they're talking about when they're talking about tight artwork versus loose, relaxed artwork. And I'm putting more of this color through here because this tree is just aglow.
It really, really is.
And so I've got to find a way to keep that really an aspect of this, make it feel like there's snow on there. Grab a little bit of the blue. So we're adding a bit of a little friend that's going to live here. This is a tree that's maybe just off the corner. And we're just going to hint a little bit. And then also we know we don't have to paint back past a certain amount if we have that. Might get a little bit of yellow ochre. Yellow ochre in this world feels pretty close to yellow sometimes. So it's an interesting choice. Instead of going cad yellow, it still gives me that warmth without yet taking, it gives me some room before the fire.
It's really,
so I want room to add fire. Does that make sense, babe?
Yeah.
Okay.
totally makes sense.
Take a little bit of yellow and yellow ochre and yellow oxide.
It's a cool looking tree.
Goal will be when it's done. It takes a little bit of love and time. But you know what we have?
Time and love.
And love. I'm just coming here and adding two. So if the fire's here and there's a cone of light kind of going that way, how would it light the tree? Where would the brightest highlights be? Well, they'd be closest to the fire and darkest over here.
Right.
Just like this is impacting everything. And on top of that, we have this impacting the light. So this light source and this light source now. And interestingly enough, this is a little bit of a light source because it reflects light back into the world.
Mm.
Go ahead and get a little bit of Cad Red and dioxazine purple. I'm adding a little bit of that in there. A little Cad Red and dioxazine purple. Take a little bit of that into my fire pit.
Mm.
I'm going to take a little bit of my dioxazine purple. And I'm going to model the fire pit. Modeling is an act of creating an irregular kind of patterning, almost like a camouflage, right?
Uh-huh.
And in fire, the black is as important as the red, but we use dioxazine purple instead. And that's because a lot of times it reads as a black, even though it's not one. But because it's got that purple pigment in it, it really helps us set. All right, how is that listening? Let's look overhead, and I think we're ready for another step.
I think
so we're nearly there.
Good.
We're nearly there. We're almost done. Do we have, I think we've got 30 minutes. Are we okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. We are down. This is now, I don't know if you ever have done running or biking or skiing or snowmobiling or anything where it's a lot of work to go up and it's a fun ride down. This is that in art. That's why I kept making mountain comparisons in the beginning of all this. When I was teaching people was like, because you just, mountains are big, but the only way to get up them is one step at a time. Yeah,
Right.
it's high. Yeah, you may not even be in shape yet. It might even mean you have to stop, rest, and puff a little bit. But can you put one foot in front of the other? Can you do one step, one step, one step? Yeah, of course you can. And in that one step, one step, one step, you will be able to find your painting. I think I want to push back my pink a little bit.
All right.
Later, though.
Later.
Okay, let's continue on. So I'm going to grab a little bit of my Cad Red and some Dioxazine Purple. I'm going to get a little glazing medium in it so we can really hold it longer. I'm using my number 8. You can kind of see this weird color that we're going to get. Right? It's kind of a, got a little bit of a Merlot to it.
The deepish.
It's a deepish kind of little. Around the fire. Just a little bit around the fire, friends.
Right.
And then I'm going to take a lot of my blue, maybe a little Dox Purple, Ultramarine Blue. And I'm going to add a little shadow coming out. It's kind of like a purple. And just think about where the stones are, like, and then I like to make like a little radial sundial around it. I can shade behind this stone. What it is that we're simply talking about the shadows being cast back from the fire pit. That's all that's happening there. And by doing this work ahead of time, kind of making this flower around it, believe it or not, you do make it easier. Okay. Into my black, I've got a round brush. And I really almost have to look at it from the side. I'm going to, this rock is slightly in front of the other one. So I'm going to come and shade that. And then add a little shadow there. I like to find the back sides and the shadows. kind of getting into my scent away shadows. You kind of see what I'm saying. So I'll darken this here. And what will happen is there'll also be between stones areas of light that reflect out and up and start to really, really pull the world together. Now here on this backside, that's where this rock shadow is. This rock shadow is lakeside. It's a lakeside shadow. So that's what's finding their shadows, is the fire. And once you can visualize that the fire is radially casting light out, then you can start to exaggerate the things that really help it go. Take a little bit of cad yellow. Titanium white and a little glazy medium, and let's very carefully. There's a nice fun little stone right here. Little round friend. Buddy. Buddy, buddy. Buddy, buddy. We are just locating the highlights of the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Just finding all the stones. And this is how my brain's going to know where that light is, right? That doesn't mean I won't come back and make a point of pushing some of this back, but sometimes this is all you can do to find objects in a painting, is just start to piece them together. I'm going to move those back into more cool territories, and I might add some bumples in the snow as well that are catching more of the light. Now let's dry that, because that's our map. And
Yeah.
I want this in the step photo. If you guys can find this amount of highlighting, you are doing well in the painting.
All right.
And at the end, I'm going to change the sky because the pink worked, but then it didn't, so I'm going to do something different.
So, I think this is turning out pretty good. I'm pretty excited about how it's going to turn out. I'm looking forward to see what she's going to do here next. If you guys, I'm going and making a couple of notes here. Gotta get our next step ready.
Number 4D, and I'm going to get my cloud color.
You think you're back? You ready?
Yeah.
Let's see if it worked. Oh, it does.
All right. So I'm going to take my cloud color from earlier and my D brush, my number 4, and I'm going to come here and maybe knock back. Might have to do my round blender. I think I might. My D-brush isn't going to do it. I will do my round blender and then my round. Okay. I think I can do it. All right. My two kiddos, my daughter and my son, have their first wrestling match for their team today. So I get to go watch my first wrestling match. It's not that I'm not excited to paint with y'all. I am, but that's what John's like 30 minutes, and we seem to have some
Oh yeah, there's I don't think they heard me.
strange countdown going on. So go sports. What I'm doing is I'm just pushing back the pink. I felt like it was too much. And so I pushed it back into the cloud cover, which I like what it did. And now I'm going to come here with a little bit of white and fluid glazing medium. See how I'm just catching some highlights in the clouds? I haven't removed the pink completely. I just felt like it was too much. So I'm still finding my same little highlights. I'm just using a little transparent. That's nice. It's just a little improvement. Same sort of thing, same sort of effect. And there's a slight cast in the sky, which I do like quite a lot. Actually, I would say overall, better. Can push back with a lot. How do you guys like that? I think that's a little more...
Yeah.
Woo, woo. Okay, back to our fire. I'm going to take a little bit of my black and brown together.
You want a different step for the fire?
Nah, it can be the same. We're
right.
kind of just working on stuff.
Just kind of work through the art.
All right, so we're going to add a little bit more glazing medium and then a little black. The reason that I add that medium is because it slows down the drying time of the paint and lets me glaze and improves flow and extends how far the paint goes. So it does a lot of important stuff. What I'm doing here is just making sure that my shadows are well seated in where they belong and that my shapes are defined and where they belong. Pushing this back because I know that while I will have highlights here, they will be more diminished. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my black over to my gray and my blue. And I'm going to add this very blue-gray. Because interestingly enough, believe it or not, guys, the backs of the rocks will be cooler in color, and that is going to be quite a contrast. See how this starts to be snowy and just a little bit in the light? All that we're doing is we're just making it snowy and a little bit in the light. I'm taking this little snow color and kind of pushing that back out. And then if I come into a lighter snow color, you can see I can exaggerate those spots between add a little highlight here, just add more white. I'll have to put some shadows behind those, but I'm just trying to make sure that we've got a little bit of light coming from the moon down the lake onto this snow. That's maybe a little more than everything else, if you guys are... Take a little more of my black and brown and black brown. Come here. There we go. Little black and brown. I'm kind of placing that through here and around here. And that is all about balancing the warm and the cool. I'm going to get a little yellow involved into this mix. A little more burnt sienna. A little more cad red. I'm taking this and kind of coming on the fronts and making sure that my stones, you know, they gotta be stony. And only some of these stones will be warm, and it is that contrast of the warm colors. Those are the colors that are the red orange side of the color wheel versus the colors that are on the blue green purple side of the color wheel. I'm just making little stones that are stacked around fire. A little bit of that warm color on the... Okay.
That was weird. We had a little buffering issue. It looks like it's decaching now, so it looks like it's fine. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, if you guys may have noticed there for a second, we had a little blip. I just caught it. I looked over and we were buffering, and it's... Give me a minute. It should fix itself in just a second. It looks like it's doing okay.
Bit of stone there. I'm gonna keep going because I know it'll be there on the replay.
Yeah. If you guys are seeing any
Only
buffering,
because we've got to totally do the spider thing today. So I'm gonna grab a little bit of Cad Red and Yellow Ochre. And I'm gonna highlight the fronts of my stones with that. Cad Red and Yellow Ochre.
yeah, the buffering seems to be all over now.
Okay, good. Just trying to make sure that my, oh, well, that's awfully red on those rocks, so I may knock those back, but I can do that in a second. And that's okay. The reason it's too red on the rocks is that the fire wouldn't be influencing everything out that far. So I'm going to add a little more yellow ochre. Just warming up the front of the rocks, right? When are we warming up? The front of the rocks. Why are we doing it? It will really help with the snow. And come and get a little bit of orange in there. Add a little bit of orange in there. One of my tricks is that I don't, in general, when I've got a mother color going, which I do right now, that's what I've been using throughout everything. What you see me doing is just kind of trying to knock back some of the glow, and then I can always come back and put a highlight back, but it does help if I add a little bit of this coming out from the fire. I'm dry brushing it out. So how I'm extending it out is I'm dry brushing it, and that's like just kissing a little light on the snow here and there. That might be too much. Just the lightest dry brushing you've ever seen in your life. A little more yellow. A lot more yellow. We just want to kiss up the front of the rocks, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I'm going to get a little more, oh, okay, so what I did is I got a little blue in it. I'm going to grate it, so I'll put it there. Kissing the front of the rocks, and I'm going to actually knock this back with a little bit of light.
It's looking super
Just
cool.
go in a little.
It's all right. The fireplace looks pretty cool.
It does look cool, so I am happy with it. All right, I'm going to grab a little bit of my ultramarine blue and white. Too much water. I'm taking some just blue here and kind of informing cool shadow. Whoa. Don't know I can stop. I think this is too much fun. I'm gonna add a little white into my dark snow color. Just make sure that we've got a few little patches of snow that have collected there.
Super cool snow.
Is it super cool snow?
Yeah.
So glad.
Definitely a 3-hoot painting.
Oh yeah, this is a 3-hoot painting. This is slightly more hoots than the last time we painted a winter cabin at the lake. We paint this cabin a lot, guys. It gets a little more challenging every time. That's a nice highlight, so I'm going to come in highlight a few of those little branches. Get a little bit of pink maybe. That red I mixed earlier. Sometimes I'll get it into a little of the blue and the white. That kind of goes a little more pink. Take a little red, a little cad red. Start to think about this fire. I'm only going to worry about this top edge here at first. A little pure red down in the pit. Get a little yellow.
That's some bright red.
That's a thing.
Oh.
A little black. I'm just defining some of these, like where you pull the contrast out from them. So let that have a little rest. I'm going to grab a little bit of this red brown I mixed from earlier.
Highlight some more in the tree.
Yeah, we have a lot more work in the tree to do. I may have guesstimated wrong. You may be going alone.
Huh.
I hope not. Just adding a little more warmth through this tree because the fire would be warming it. like beyond any of the little sparkles that you feel like you're seeing, fire would be warming this tree. Now I'm going to take a little bit of my red and my yellow. It's not a perfectly clean red and yellow, and I actually want that because it will keep it from being so bright, vibrant that it disrupts the whole painting. I'm going to go ahead and get just a little more red on here while I'm at it. Come up to the top of my tree. And at first what I do is I just draw the lines of my star out and then fill it in. So I'm going to give you two ways to do a star because it's entirely possible that you have been given no ways to get a star. I find in art, I am often surprised at how often, I think I'm going to exaggerate this time. All right. The two ways that you can do, I'm going to go ahead and get this wet just so that it'll flow off my brush well. There is up, down, over, level, join. Up at an angle towards the left, down at an angle towards the left, up at an angle towards the right, level towards the left, join towards the right. That's one way. Then right here or there, which would be better?
That's good.
Okay. Or this. So say this is the center.
Do the overhead so you can see it there, yeah.
Also will help you find a star. Show you again. You get the center, vertical line, two horizontal lines, two angle outlines, and then you just go. And you can get there. But you can be tidier than I was. I don't expect you to be as messy as me. It's just a good way of doing it. I'm going to go ahead and take some white while all this is dry, and I'm going to come in the middle. There are often S-curves on my fire. I love painting fire. It is weird when you're new to painting, and don't feel bad about that. I'm doing this so that when I put my white and yellow in the fire, they white and yellow.
Oh, right.
Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of my yellow and a little more red.
Oh, you're up there on the tree.
So
you're up on that tree.
I'm up on the tree. Well, I'm a little concerned on time, so.
Well, you do what you need to do, and we'll work that out.
Okay. I am putting these warmer colors where you can see them just a little. Oh, see that drop?
Oh. Come over here and see if I can get that other side of that.
I'm going to get a little more of my rust and orange there. Sometimes I'll grab just a little brown. I'm just trying to make sure that even the dark side of the tree Still has some thoughtfulness in it.
Hmm.
Come in and get a little Cad Red. And I don't rinse my brush, but I definitely get a little Cad Red. A little more yellow as I go. Little yellow, more yellow, and then let's grab some white into it. Glazing medium. I made this lighter color. We could really enjoy doing the tree. Okay. Now I'm going to take some just Cad Red.
Ooh, put little speckles in the tree.
Mm-hmm. Take a little bit of red here.
Yeah.
Go over everything up top. I can pretty easily bright it up in the middle, but I do need to. Now I'm going to add a lot more yellow to that white and yellow ochre mixture. A little white. Load just the tip of my brush. And go ahead and get a little blue on my brush. And a little white, adding glazing medium to improve that flow. And then I'm going to, interestingly enough, grab this Merlot I mixed from earlier. So what this is this also will be kind of like snow fell on the tree, but it's just a little, not, it's got a little warmth to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Then I'm also going to take a little bit of this over here. And then if I get a little yellow into it. It will gray it a lot, but believe it or not, that warms it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I lighten it too, so that can also help it feel like it's a little closer to a fire. And then I can do things like, you know, white and orange. One doesn't always think of that in terms of like perhaps snow. I'm going to be going through here like with all these wonderful little colors.
Mm-hmm.
And start to think about how they express in my little snow area.
That's pretty incredible the way you're making all that fire.
I might come over to this a little more and grab some purple, right?
Yeah.
And it's just this weird little dance, right? I rinsed my brush. And that just highlights around those stones just enough. See them. I'm going to take a little of my Cad Red and yellow. Make a bright orange. And again, hit myself with that drop. So that's what I hate about round brushes.
The hidden,
When you go like
drip.
this, if you don't get enough water off of them, they drip on your painting. Fire is lightest and brightest at its fuel source. So a lot of times what I'm painting is that lightest and brightest at the fuel source. Grab some just red. Maybe at that edge there, more red. And a little bit of flicking off here. More red out here.
The fire is really just incredible.
Is it? So glad.
Everybody really is enjoying that. That's a really good looking fire.
I'm just having a lot of fun with this one is what's happening here, guys. That's all that's going on. All right, I'm going to get a little more of my yellow and red, just a little more. I just want to make sure that there's highlights. Just adding some highlights to the front of the rocks. Just getting my brush. It's weird. It goes right into snow color, and I'm just lightening it out green a little bit, but that actually kind of plays to what we've got going on. Get a little more blue going. Sometimes I have to rinse out.
You've been painting a while, so get that brush clean sometimes, huh?
Yeah, sometimes what it is, there's a balance between what you can do with a brush that's slightly dirty and what you can do with a brush that's slightly clean.
Oh, well, thank you guys for all the wonderful comments in here.
I really appreciate it, guys, very much.
And you were right, Virgo. It has been 3.5 hours and Cinnamon has not eaten, but she will soon.
I will soon. I promise. I'm here until it's done. I'm going to get some more purple. It is what it is when you teach art live online. I'm wiggling this. I know these have been big lessons. We got some small ones coming. Don't worry, got some one hoots coming. And we're adding snow to the backside of the rocks.
Right.
And we're doing that because it would have collected on the backside and the tops of the rocks. I'm going to go ahead and get a little more white into it. It is important to snow the rocks.
Just get a little bit of snow highlights on the rocks.
Yeah, very, very important. Little snow highlights on the rocks. And then just brush a little snow color out because it's all bumpily here. It's been walked on. A little darker. Didn't really like that.
That's right. This turned out really nice.
Grab some just yellow.
Little touches here and there.
Oh yeah, it just really brings you there. Take a little bit of my red orange. Take a little purple to it. It will gray it safely. A little white there. A I'm going to just lighten this up out here. Just a little bit. It's almost a dry brush. You see how we're just kissing a little light?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing. We're just kissing a little light. Get a little yellow into it. Sometimes I just like have to look for color. At the end of a painting like this, I'm generally looking for color on my palette. So I'm just brightening that one side of the campfire. A little bit of highlight on the rocks. It's just, you just can do it. You can take this as far as you need. Now let's dry everything, and we've got a couple resolution things we've got to do.
Okay. So let's see here. Hold on just a second, guys. Sorry about that. I had my son called right there in the middle of the call to let us know.
Sure, we're going to see.
Yeah, we got plenty of time though.
All right, cool. All right, now I'm going to take my D brush, my number 8D, and I'm going to grab.
Oh, let's give you a new step here.
Yeah, new step. A little bit of phthalo blue and, interestingly enough, burnt sienna. It's going to give me a nice kind of green color. And I will go ahead with my glazing medium and glaze right here in the water, not through the center where I've got the highlight. And watch this. I'm going to glaze over my cabin a bit. Do you see how that made it seem more like ice?
Yeah, it just kind of sets it back a little bit.
Just a little bit. Now I'm going to get a little of my zinc. I will use my glazing medium because it will definitely help blend out. And I'm going to come through the center, streak out some little vertical, and then you come across them with a horizontal. And come back down vertically because I over horizontal that. Bring a little more blue down. See how I blend that out?
Yeah.
Not bad.
A
little more zinc. Thank you for thinking about me eating, by the way. You guys take good care of me. I appreciate it. I am just making sure. A little phthalo blue. I'm making sure that I can see my house is all. And what I'm doing is also just making sure that my brush strokes are vertical. I am kind of implying a little bit of a hot spot there.
Yeah.
There you go. That's it. That's all I'm doing.
Just a little bit there.
A little bit. I will go ahead and take a little of my zinc on my round brush. Just a hint of a highlight on the house, and a hint of highlight on the house. And it's zinc again. Hint. While I'm here, I'm going to take a little bit of my white. And what I'm doing is I'm just heating up the fire. Just adding some embers to it. A little bit of yellow. There we go. That's a nice little flickering up. You can come through with black anywhere you're like, oh, I need to harden some edges.
Yeah.
There were some edges that needed more resolution or things needed to be crisper, so you can come back. And define. And then the last little thing, oh, you know what?
What?
I'm going to grab a little bit of my zinc and some of my little lake color. There'd be just a little of reflection out there. It's a hint, but it matters. Now I'm going to use my T-square, and I do that because I am straight line challenged.
Oh, yeah?
Oh my gosh, yes. And I'm going to make some little reflections.
Oh, little cross.
Just some.
Interesting.
Come over here with a little of my white and a little bit of my glazing medium and even my zinc. Doesn't really matter. Trying to decide how I want to smear or make these slightly diffused. Little snowy. So what happens is that sometimes the lake freezes over, little snowdrifts still will accumulate. And often the ice is not clear to the bottom. In fact, there's a big video going around right now because a lake that's not normally clear is clear 4 meters down. So a bunch of photographers that are allowed into the park went there and took some pictures. And go ahead and grab a little bit of my blue and ultramarine blue and a little burnt sienna glazing medium.
Man,
just making sure
so
that there's
cool.
a slight shadow. Just an important shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Letting that lake have a little wander back. Now back into our that's all I'm doing is I'm just kind of adding a little sheen to the ice. Okay, little glazy medium. Notice that I'm wiggling this here. I'm icing the edge.
Ah, just giving it that little snowy edge.
I'm frosting it. It needs more frost than it originally had. And if I frost it a little bit, it will. Again, it's just diffuse, 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 reflect, reflect, diffuse.
Mm.
Playing with my fire a little bit, just making sure it's glows enough glow. Oh my goodness, have I just been at this all
That's
day?
just
I'm so
amazing.
sorry, guys. Ooh, a little more light on the cabin, I think. I took away a little bit too much of its light. Give it some light back. That's how you know. Perfect. I feel like if I keep going, at some point I'm gonna lose it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could spend 20 hours with any painting. I could literally paint in this rock and paint that rock out 100 times. And still be like, I need to look at it again. So one of the things is that I'm adding a little bit of white to an earlier snow color. Is that I just sometimes will be like, all I'm doing is just making sure that these snowy rocks show up.
Mm-hmm. And they do show up.
Well, they'd have a little light on them. And that is just what you're doing. You're just going, there's this corridor of light and that's what's afoot. I feel like I have, that's too much. Watch that. So I made that oopsie. I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to go ahead and get a little of my Lakeshore color in some black.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm leaning in. I just got to lean in to get that line. All right, so it's just crisping that line. All right, I feel like if I go anymore, I'm going to be at this till the end of days.
You'll never stop?
I will never stop.
It's really good, though.
Go ahead and get a little red, and I could do dark blue, but I think I'll try the red purple.
So many people are commenting on how much they like this and how well this turned out. They just look forward to trying this. It's really cool. Now,
and, you know, and these guys, you're doing so good. If you are at the one hoot stage, you're still doing my one hoot paintings, your Q-tips. I want you to know most of the people here who are painting it were also there. I fully get people from Q-tips to this.
Yep.
All right, my goodness. Such a
So
good,
nice.
good thing. I'm loving it so much. So much to clean up. But it came out.
All right.
Oh, you know what? I almost forgot something.
What's that? What'd you forget?
The star. I'm going to get a little bit of red.
You're going to highlight
yellow.
that star a little bit?
Mm-hmm. A little yellow and red. So it's like kind of an orange. And then I'm going to come in with just some yellow on the tip of my brush. And then when you're all done, you can come in at the center with just some white, and that will help it feel like it's a glow.
Yeah, that really does.
Okay. Just didn't want to leave you without the center. Because I know somebody be like, you didn't finish. And I'll be like, oh. Oh my goodness, guys. You know, and remember, you can do this. You can spend 20. That's okay. You can spend as much time in this painting as you want until every branch makes your heart happy, until every element of this is just a joy for you. That's when you're done. And the trick is, though, is that what you're looking for is not a painting that looks like mine. What you're looking for in your experience is taking this as far as you can see and knowing that you put down every brush stroke.
Yeah.
Right? That feels good for you. Like, oh, like, because there's itches in your head. You want to scratch your itch and look for places to place stuff. But then also remember, there's a time you have to put your brush down. So here's what you do. If you're at the place where you're like, man, I don't know if I need another 10 in this, hang it on the wall and look at it for a week.
Yeah.
Take some pictures with your cell phone. There'll be something that shows up that you'll be like touching, but it will let you settle with it. People will come by and be like asking questions. It's weird. Living with a painting, in my real art life, I never just sit in a session, do a whole painting, and then walk away and never think of it again like I do on YouTube. It's so weird. Normally, as an artist, what I do is I paint it till I think I'm done. Then I stick that sucker on a wall and I look at it for a while. Just till I know I'm done. That's actually a big part of my process when I'm trying to decide, am I done or not, is going and looking at it. So take that time to live with the painting, observe it. It's okay to take something you put a signature on off the wall, go back and tweak a thing. My mom worked on a painting, I swear, for years. These horses lived under every kind of weather. There's a mare foal walking away over a hill. She got the mare foal in, I was little too, like 5. And then the sky changed every month or so. It would come off the wall and then try a different sky. I don't know. Like, as a little kid, I literally thought the horses were alive and I was seeing the magic weather change. It was so strange, but magic. That's art. It's magic. My weird thing. I've painted too long. I've talked to you guys for too long. Thank you for being with me. If you're still here, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I'm yelling. Probably a little out of spoons and stuff today.
Time to refuel. Time
to refuel, time to eat, time to get ready. We did a good job. You did a good job. I'm proud of you. Give yourself a food. This is for me. I hope you're well. I hope you're good. Be good to yourself. Be good to each other. And I want to see you at an easel really soon, which is this Thursday at 11:11 a.m. All right. See you soon. Bye-bye.